No intro?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we are live.
Okay. My StreamYards is not playing my intro, so this is a great way to start.
I'm you?
Oh no! Don't tell me that that's why it's not letting me. Here, let me. I'll try again. I'll try again.
All right, here we go, everybody.
Good evening, everyone. We are back indeed. I've got the whole crew with me. Oh my goodness, this is just going to be it's going to be one of those nights. We got all the boys with me tonight. It's going to be a fun evening, and it's been, I think, almost 2 weeks since we've had our comic shop conversations. So let's go ahead and start introducing some of our good friends here. Good evening, everyone, and thank you guys so much for being here tonight. StreamYards is being a little weird, so I appreciate everyone being patient. But yeah, how are y'all doing? Since the last time we've had everyone on here for either like a Max's Man Cave or a Comic Shop Conversations was after the election. So I've got a question for y'all. Do we think that comics are going to get better or worse because of what happened last week?
No.
Well, in the case of Mark Waid, he's already said that his comics are going to get much, much worse. So.
Yes. And if we look back to 2016, that's when the massive downfall really began. So.
Yeah. I have a feeling, and I hate to say it, but I have a I have a feeling that we're going to get a lot of material for the YouTube channel. I'll say that. Like a lot of comics that are going to come out, that it's going to feel like all new, all different Marvel, or just complete mental breakdowns, but in the comics themselves. So I think the comic quality will decline, but the more YouTubers are going to take advantage of that and make more videos on it. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know which is better for
another golden age. Going to see a rebirth of Richard Meyer and everyone else, coming back to full force.
We'll start seeing car videos again of someone just reviewing the comic in their lap. So,
I think it might not be as bad this time, just simply because no one cares anymore. I mean, no one cares to listen to these people. They don't care to listen to their whining. They don't like, everybody's just pointing and laughing at their breakdowns. Whereas before they kind of had control of social media. So they could just get their point across, and anybody who pointed and laughed at them would be kicked off the platform. And since we don't have that anymore, you already see them all retreating to their echo chamber. You know, they're all jumping over to Blue Sky, where they can all have their little safe space, and they'll just become more irrelevant and more sick with their, you know, in their own little world, you know, just all feeding off of each other. And so I think the comics will get worse, but I think that the conversations will indeed get better.
I do have hope for a lot of indie books. And Salty Traveling Sea, good evening, sir. Great to see you, brother. It brings up a good point. He says, over under on Doomface breaking 40K. Great job on the campaign, by the way.
Thank you. From your text to God's ears.
Oh my gosh. Sorry, it's looping. It's looping on us, so I apologize. Sorry, Aaron. After you, please.
No, that was great. I feel extra celebratory. You know, I would be over the moon if that happened. That would be great. That would give us not only enough money for the creative team to have a nice bonus. You know, I'd love to give Renzo and Oscar a bonus. I'd love to give Murphy a bonus. But it would also set us up for the next book. And to begin production on that as soon as we finish production on issue 1. One of the things about Kneel Before Doomface is that I am not particularly concerned with drawing any profit out of it for myself. I'm not even really worried about paying myself. I mean, I'd like to pay myself back what I've already spent, but everybody on the creative team gets bonuses before I get paid any kind of profit. So and everything that I would, you know, I'd like to just turn it into the next book and just keep it going, because I've got probably 6 big thick volumes, depending on how many pages, might be more depending on how many we break it up to. But if it was regular 24-page floppies, I would have at least 4 years worth of stories.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That's incredible. Yeah. Well, we've had 4 years of an industry that has completely imploded on itself that you could probably use for plenty of, you know, storylines there. But
that'll be the great thing, is if the industry loses its mind, it's just more fodder for Doomface. Every time someone comes out and says something stupid, it just I'm like, well, that's some dialogue for the White Knight. That's some dialogue for the Social Justice League.
Perfect. The White Knight going around saving people, and he's like, "You'll see the quality of my superpowers declining as I continue to save."
My heroism will become less effective.
Yeah, my hope in humanity has gone away. Yeah.
I think my favorite line so far from him is freedom is just another word for oppression.
Oh my god.
And he's like, that's not even remotely correct.
Yeah. Dominic Mason says the fearsome 5 together for the first time in a long time. Yeah, baby. He says, oh, what a show this will be. Well, thank you so much, Dominic. Great to see you, brother. We've got Chris saying hello. Who's watching the fight as we wait for the Tyson versus Paul to start? Drew and Kyle, you guys are watching it right now, eh?
Yep, watching it right now. It's been pretty slow and boring. And, you know, maybe it's just me. They just showed Logan Paul and Tyson walking into the arena and going back to their rooms. It honestly, it's like when you see, like, you're a fighter, you're getting ready to go into have a fight, you're in the zone, you know. You're not. I don't want to be that guy who's like walking up to him smiling, "Hey, how's it going, Mr. Tyson?" Like, no, you don't. You get out of the damn way, right? He is in the zone.
Well, and this brings me to my next question. But before I ask you guys, we'll say hi to Cajun Corey as well. He says, I did back Doomface. Congrats on getting it fully funded. Absolutely. Yeah, guys, if you haven't already, make sure to go back. Kneel Before Doomface is in fact out, or the Kickstarter and the campaign is out and up and now ready to go. So make sure to get on here and start looking through here. You even had Richard C. Meyer, otherwise known as AKA your boy Zach, who promoted the book earlier this week. This is going to be something that is a total game changer, I think, for the comic book industry and just for crowdfunding. and in general, just indie books in general. And I think that this is going to be top tier. So this is going to be a lot of fun. So, and thank you, Salty, for putting that in the chat. Yeah, you guys can click on that link. There will also be a link in the description as well. But Salty says, tell Josh it's his fault. I picked up Nightclub 2, number 1 through 3. Well, Josh, there you go. And where can we find you talking about that, Josh?
You can find it on a little channel called Pop by Culture, where Drew and I do a top 5 comics of each month. But we can't count, so there's always more than 5. There was like 20 something this last time, I think. But
It's
I
always
just
so
love the
funny.
idea of you guys being like, and number 16 in our top 5.
That's what it turns in.
There'd be 16 great books in a week. Come on.
Actually,
I want to say, you're asking, do we think comics are going to get better or worse? I think we're going to continue to see indies get better and better and better. And I think we're going to watch the big two actually somehow, some way continue to get worse.
yeah. You know what? I agree with that sentiment wholeheartedly, because the indies are just chugging along, and we'll talk about G.I. Joe because that was a great book that came out this week. Aaron will talk about some news from Skybound, who's producing G.I. Joe and their Transformers stuff. What is going on here? Oh, you'll have to show that off during show and tell. So
Yeah, be good stuff.
But yeah, no, I mean, the indies are going to keep chugging, and they're not going to be weighed down by, the modern deisms. But I think Marvel and DC are too ingratiated within this mindset, this infestation of their complete livelihood, that they can't think of anything else. So, but yeah. If you also want to see Drew, because Salty says Drew's great on that show, Josh is just writing coattails.
Sounds about right.
If you also want to watch Drew, you can find him on Wes's shows on Saturdays, where they also do some comic book reviews. But I won't hold it against him that Drew does not have Conan or Frankenstein in his top 5 for the past month. So that was
I gave my reasons.
Your reasons were wrong. But that's okay. Kyle, remember the Frankenstein book that we went over where the who was it? The woman who Elizabeth realizes that the heart in Frankenstein was her best friend. And you have that moment of realization. We were talking about just how amazing it is. Drew was like, yeah, I didn't like her characterization. I don't like her.
That sounds
and
about
we were
right.
just like, oh.
Well, one of the real okay. One of the reasons why I gave my explanation was because how she was portrayed in the comic book was not how she was portrayed in the movie. Good.
Good.
No, it's
the fucking point, right?
No,
you don't want it to be the same as the movie. What was your gripe about Dracula? It was too close to the movie.
You want them to have the same voices. You want them to be like, okay, these are the same people. That was not the same person who was in that damn movie. Same thing with the Baron. The Baron was not the same person. This Baron in the comic was an
See, I'm just coming off of a screening of the G.I. Joe animated movie, the Skybound event.
Oh,
so
yeah.
In my head, I'm seeing Drew being like, no, I have my reasons, but you don't have the courage to let me speak. And then I'm fulfilling the Serpentor role where I'm like, wrong again, defend him if you can. Is there no one who will take up Drew's cause, or is everyone against him? I haven't read the book, so I am neutral.
I can't actually say, because I would have to rewatch that movie and really try and see if the voice was still there. But then again, even if I watch the film, I don't know if I would really want them to be similar. Like, I would want maybe a little bit more depth into those characters.
Well, here's the thing. The problem with Elizabeth, I mean, she was written as a very modern day female in that comic, which took me out of the comic. I'm like, no, she's coming across as way too independent, way too strong womanish in this comic as compared to what she was in the movie, and that's not the same person. That's not the same character.
Okay, I don't know. I'll go back and reread that comic, but man, that artwork though of those last pages,
Matt Walsh,
I mean, he is just, he's crushing it right now. So. But anyway, so I was going to ask you guys, the fight is currently going on. So Kyle and Drew will keep us updated as the main event of the evening happens. But I'll go around. I'll go this way. Aaron, I don't know if you knew that Tyson is fighting one of the Paul brothers, Jake Paul.
Well, no, I mean, I saw an image and I was like, oh wow, look, like it's the NES rematch. It's Tyson versus Last Joe.
There you go. Yeah. Do you have a dog in this fight? Do you think that one is going to win out? Do you think that this is all just a big scheme to get our money? What do you think?
I don't know enough about Logan Paul to or Jake Paul or whichever Paul
Jake
it is.
Paul.
Jake Paul. Okay, Logan Paul's in WWE. Okay, got it. I don't know enough about him and his athleticism to have a dog in the fight. I will say that Tyson's 58.
Yes. Yeah.
So I think unless Tyson scores a knockout blow in like round 1 or round 2, I think that Paul takes it just because I think that, the age is just going to catch up to him. I think he's
Paul's 27, bro. 27.
Yeah.
That's
so
crazy.
Now, I have seen 58-year-old men knock out 27-year-old men, but usually that's on the street. and nobody's trained for it. And somebody like thinks that an old guy's an easy target, and it turns out he's like a veteran and he just like, was a Golden Gloves champion or some shit. Yeah, just like knocks him straight out. So I don't know, man. Tyson's lethal, but it's been a long time.
Yeah, George Foreman, he became champion at 40 plus when he became champion again. Yeah,
there's a world of difference between like 40 and
58, 57. Yeah.
True, but I will say this as comparing Foreman to Tyson. Foreman did not have Tyson's speed. You look at Tyson's speed now; it is scary just how fast he still is.
But he has the endurance. Just to put it in comic book terms, this is like Jackson Lansing fighting Mark Wade.
Oh no. For who's the most insufferable online, or for who can't write?
I don't say Jackson's not insufferable online.
That's true. That's
true. He's got a good, he likes things out of stuff. Yeah. I mean, whatever people think of like his current writing and his current writing partner, I think that he stays out of the drama, which is good.
Yeah. Kyle, you got a dog in this fight. What do you think is going to happen?
Well, first off, I grew up watching Mike Tyson. So, I mean, that's just knowing Mike Tyson. I don't want to see, no one wants to see it, like somebody like that, like an old dog, just go in there and just get their ass kicked. Yeah. And it's just be like, what are you doing? Like, I don't want to see that shit. Like, it's so depressing. And what I found interesting also is that this fight, I thought it was just for show and it was just both of them just going to make a boat ton of money. But you can actually bet on this fight. It's not an exhibition. You can bet on it. And so I find that very interesting that they're taking bets.
I still think they got, I guess I'll just, because you said that, I'll weigh in here. I think they have a backdoor deal. I think they opened it up to the fans to bet on it. I think they opened it up to the public to do, because they're now doing like 14-ounce gloves. They're doing 8 rounds, 2 minutes. Like this will count towards their record, like all that stuff. I think they did that for the fans, but ultimately I think Mike and Jake still have a backdoor deal, and that they're probably just like, we just want to make 10 milli off of this. We just want to take home the bag. And the question is, I don't know who decided who won or not. Like, I don't know if Mike is going to say,
they can't. You're not going to be taking bets in Vegas, and they already have the fight fixed.
Come on,
I mean, Don King's not around.
I really think. I really think it's fixed. I mean, look at the Paul brothers themselves. All of it is fake. Their whole persona, everything on YouTube. Logan Paul does fake, WW whatever. Like that.
These guys, WWE and boxing are very different, and these guys are in fucking shape. You may hate these guys, and that's fine. I don't know them. I don't give a shit. But these guys are training their asses off to get into the ring, and regardless of how young you are, I don't want to get into the ring with Mike fucking Tyson. I could train for 20 years. I don't want an overhand right to the fucking face. And like,
that uppercut, just like, oh my god.
No, for $10 million, I'll let Mike punch me retarded. I don't care.
You're gonna need all that for your medical bills.
I have a waiver. I'm smart enough to negotiate a waiver that my medical is covered, separate of my payday.
All right.
But no,
Aaron's gonna end up
want Tyson to win. Tyson, hopefully he puts him out early, but I don't know.
Josh, you were going to say something? Sorry.
Oh no, I was gonna say if Aaron's gonna take that 10 milli, he's gonna end up like Hillary Swank at the end of $1 Million Baby.
Oh
And
no!
we're gonna have Margot Martindale, who's from Jacksonville, Texas. Thank you, icon and legend, coming in being all, you know what, people they look at you and they laugh. They laugh. You've disgraced our family. They laugh.
And I'm gonna be like, Josh, unhook the machine.
just sign this with your mouth. Use your mouth to sign.
Well, Kyle. Sorry. Go ahead, Josh.
Wait. Do I not get to weigh in because I'm a homosexual? Is that they're like, oh, he doesn't know anything about boxing?
You don't know what combat sports are. You don't know what.
It's not mud wrestling.
If this were ice skating, Josh, we'd go right to you.
Yeah.
Listen, 100%. I would give my what's his name? The real who knows. Anyways, I think it was actually Joe Rogan on one of the podcasts. Someone had brought this up, and he had made the comment that like, "Hey, I know we're all shitting on Jake Paul, but like the dude's actually been like training hard for 4 years, and if he's proven anything, he's proven that he can actually throw a punch. Now, how much of a punch he can take, that remains to be seen. But he was kind of saying if Mike Tyson goes in acting like he's a chump, he's like, Mike's gonna lose.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, both the Pauls are definitely athletes, and you can't take them.
Yeah. But I think Jake, he's fought MMA guys that were out of their prime, but when he actually fought like a legitimate boxer, he got his lights knocked out. So like that's what kind of makes me think, well, if he does fight an actual boxer in Mike, because Mike is one of the best heavyweights ever to live on to ever do it in the ring. I don't know, man. It's tough to say. And the thing with Iron Mike is that he was known for not being able to get knocked out. His neck is so freaking strong that like people would just wail on him and he'd just take it on the chin.
Yeah, but that was 30 years ago.
Exactly.
That was before he got arrested.
Yeah.
After he got out, he wasn't quite the same.
It's hard to knock me out because I've got a head the size of MODOK's. So, I understand where Tyson's, where his strengths lie.
There is no head, body, head. It's just head.
Yeah. I do think, not only do I think, but I really hope that we see like the Iron Mike come out where he was on Joe Rogan's podcast and he's like, you ever get hard when you think about killing a man or something like that? and Joe Rogan's like, what? And he's like, yeah, when you want to get in the ring with them and you get hard, and he's like, no, I don't think about that.
No one does.
I don't got nothing against the man, but I'm definitely going to eat his children.
Yeah, no, like okay. Let's have that Mike in the ring and just absolutely crush.
They were watching his training videos, and you just see Mike with his speed he still has.
Yeah,
it's stupid.
Yeah. Well, I'm excited for it. I mean, regardless of whether it's fake, whether they put it on, or whether this is an actual legitimate fight. I mean, it'll be fun to watch regardless. But dang, man, I mean, I'm. All that being said, I'm with those who are rooting for Tyson, but I don't know, man. I think he's got a lot against him: age, speed, stamina. Or as he says, stamina. Stamina.
You gotta add the lisp in there.
Stamina. But yeah, no, I mean, you can't deny the passion and just the absolute rigor that these guys go through in terms of the Paul brothers. So I won't fault them there. But yeah, JP says I have to give the Pauls credit. Both tremendous athletes, 100%. Salty says Tyson going to take Paul's head home in a bowling bag. That would be sweet. That'd be rad. Or maybe his ear. I mean, either one. I'm good with
some
it.
body part.
I'm hoping for like a from Friday the 13th. Jason Takes Manhattan. Just a clean knock off the head. The head flies into a dumpster and just call it a day.
That'd be
Tyson
great.
wins. Yeah.
Yep.
Jack Frost, what's happening, dude? He says Mike may be 60, but he's still a mountain of a dude. Well, yeah, I mean, 5'10", 5'11", 200, almost 230 pounds, with just like muscle. What? Josh,
That
you
guy's
make it.
he's
Are
a
you?
pit bull, man. He's like one of those
Yeah.
pit bulls that you see that like lives
Yeah.
down by the LA River and is just jacked, and you're like, it's a stray, and you're like, what is
stands
that
like
thing
this.
eating? Because it's just like
Yeah.
it's just a tank, and you're like, it's
Yeah.
eating homeless people, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, maybe.
And just lifting
Is it-
weights all day somehow.
It's a prison dog, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Josh, you were given a odd. You're questioning.
No,
Something
I
earlier,
thought
right?
he was shorter than 5'10".
Oh, you thought he was shorter. I always thought he was taller.
5'8". I thought he was 5'8".
Yeah.
His bio
no,
says
his-
5'10".
He's 5'10".
With Timberlands on, he's 5'8".
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna
You got
say.
a Sharpie. You should black out those Timberlands. Make a
Look,
gesture.
I mean, I know he's taller than Little Mac. I know that.
Yeah. I mean,
Max is like, I don't know what that means because you know
I was
the,
like-
the Nintendo. What? I wasn't born yet.
Nah, what?
I
Max wasn't born until the PS1 was coming out.
This is
93. Yeah.
this is gonna sound, make me sound like a retard, but I distinctly remember him being a good bit shorter than both Stone Cold Steve Austin and Shawn Michaels, and I don't think
Yeah.
either of them are like beacons
Oh,
of height. So
well,
didn't look like
Shawn
it.
Michaels.
I think Stone Cold's
yeah.
6. I think he's 6'6", 6'1".
okay,
No, it's
maybe.
probably like 6 foot.
Yeah, Shawn Michaels is about 6 foot as well, but maybe even taller.
Right.
But I mean, Mike was standing next to Jake Paul at the weigh-ins, and Mike didn't even have any shoes on, and they were almost eye to eye. So like, it doesn't seem like he's as short as people think he is. I think his stature just makes him look that way. I don't know, but
I'm looking it up right now. He's got like you almost think he's like a John Cassaday drawing of Wolverine.
yeah, really
Yes.
does.
Like because
Yeah.
he's just as
Yeah.
wide as he is tall.
yeah, for sure.
So on the Stone Cold Shawn Michaels front, it says Shawn Michaels is 6'1" and Stone Cold is 6'2", which I never would have guessed. But
I don't believe that. I don't
Yeah.
believe
Stone
that
Cold.
Shawn Michaels is 6'1". But it says Mike
Ah.
Tyson is 5'10".
there you go.
So maybe all those heights are correct.
Wow.
Yeah. I do remember meeting Shawn Michaels. The man can barely walk because of all the sweet chin music that he was giving to people in the 90s. But what an amazing guy. And he was pretty much like he had his cowboy boots on, but he was like almost my height. So I mean, I think that's fair to say 6'1". I don't know.
I
Yeah,
remember knowing intellectually how tall Scott Hall was, and then meeting him and just being like, "Damn,
you're
like,
massive.
you don't even realize." Plus, just big, just all around big.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Scott Hall. Which one was
Yeah,
that?
Razor Ramon.
Razor Ramon.
There's Ramon.
Oh,
Hey yo.
Hey,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that was
Chico.
always my thing. Meeting wrestlers is being like, Jesus, you're massive. Like you're massive. You're big
Just-
dudes.
professional athletes in general. Like when I always saw Hulk Hogan in the ring, and I was like, yeah, he's probably like 6'4". Turns out he's like what 6'8" or something. The guy is just like a gigantic human being. There's and then it's funny because on my football like roster at my college at my undergrad, it says like 6'2". But then when I stand next to a 6'2" like professional athlete, I'm doing like this, and I'm like, oh, you're an actual 6'2". You know what I mean? Or like you're like 6'4" or something. But
Max
So,
Max
yeah.
is one of those Tinder 6'2s.
Oh. I mean, you guys have seen me before. You can tell me if I'm.
No,
If I'm-
I would say you're like 6'1" at least.
I think I'm
6'1".
6'1". Yeah,
You're about, yeah.
Yeah, you're doing good.
Marine-
Yeah, 'cause I'm
doing all right.
I'm 6 foot, so you're probably like 6'1.5" because you're just that much taller than me.
Yeah,
I'm 6'2". It's fine.
it's true.
We all
Josh,
know that.
Josh, yeah,
That's
I was gonna
accurate.
Specifically, yeah.
Josh is almost as tall as Mike
Josh-
Tyson.
Josh is like, I'm 6'2", erect.
Well, we've got speaking of being erect, DJ Smith for $2. Thank you, sir. Thank you so very much. Says, did you guys get the Marvel versus DC omnibus? I did see that. One of my friends was like, you better get it now because it's going to sell out. I don't know. Did you guys pick this one up?
I have the original trades, so I have the first printings of those, so I read from those.
Yeah, I have all the.
Went
I
in
have all
like,
the
oh
first-
yeah, no, I already have it.
I have all the first printing floppies, but I might pick up the omnibus.
I might get it. It's in my Amazon cart. I might get it.
Yeah, I might get it as well. I wanted to get it, but
I want to get the amalgam omnibus when that comes out, like later, like in the early next year. That's the sucker I want. I think that's the one that's going to sell out fast.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and that's one of those ones that's like, is it likely to be reprinted again anytime soon? Probably not.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you so much for the $2, DJ Smith. I really appreciate it, brother. Yeah, I have seen it, but I did not get that one. I don't think I'll be picking that one up. But there is a Jim Lee variant.
Oh, I already know. Don't you worry about that.
Hitman Omnibus. Have we seen this one?
Oh, interesting.
No, you definitely should pick up the Hitman Omnibus. That's one of the best of all time. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Jack always has like some of the best recommendations on here, especially when it comes to manga.
Yeah, fucking manga. Then he can go.
I would say, Max, if you were on the fence, if you were like, I can only get one omnibus, and it came down to the Hitman or the Marvel versus DC, I'd say get the Hitman.
Okay. All right. Good to know. Thank you. All right. George the Giant Slayer. George, what's up, dude? Good to see you. George, he says, all hail, love the show. We love what you're doing over there, George, and I love the Slayer Unchained, which is kind of more, I think, of your kind of daily show. But love your live streams, brother, and you're doing some great work over there. Keep fighting the good fight. Keep slaying that dragon. But great to see you, George. Thanks, brother. Yeah, Hitman is pretty awesome. Well, I'll have to check it out then. Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate it. All right, so before we get into show and tell, let me present the other comic that I want to promote tonight. This is Drew's Silent Nights #1, fully funded. This is the project was fully funded on November 5th, but you guys still can back this project. It is quote unquote like in demand. So if you guys want to look into this, I would highly recommend it. Yeah, this will be the next installment in Drew's cavalcade of his library. So, but anything you want to say about this project, Drew?
Yeah, it was a blast writing that and writing a relatively realistic fight scene between a man and a woman, just to how it actually really go down, and not a Marvel or DC Queen Slay. Hey, Josh, I'm letting you know that book right now, that's going for $50 on eBay, selling.
Whoa.
Yeah.
All right.
A lot of these Silent Nights covers, they're selling for between $50 to $100 on eBay. It's ridiculous.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Cash out now.
Better get it while it's hot, boys. Get it while it's hot.
You think it's hot?
Could be.
Oh, not hot. No, it's hot. It's hot. We need the key jangle. We need the key. It's a key.
Damn it.
But no, I got you. I got you covered. I got you covered.
But yeah, I had a blast writing this, and I turned in the second draft to issue 3. Hey, they got the keys.
Yeah,
nice.
We got the keys.
Aaron has the second draft to issue number 3, so I'm waiting to get back his notes.
I do. And the initial draft was good, so I'm looking forward to reading the revised draft. And I think we got a winner on our hands, guys. I don't know.
Cool.
I think it's a sleeper hit. I think that it is still in demand, so people can go grab it. But I think that people are kind of sleeping on it, and I think that will be to their detriment, because I think that by the time they're reading issue 2, issue 3, they're going to be like, "Oh, where's number 1?" And number 1 might not be available anymore. So,
oof.
Should I
hop on early?
Should I show the audience pages 2 and 3?
I think you'll get this demonetized. You'll get this taken down.
Oh, yeah. Wait, is that kind of like Born of Blood issue
1, page 1, or
no, Born of Blood issue 2 or 3?
Oh, issue 2, like, yes.
Where she was just going to town, and I was like,
yeah,
all right.
It's like, oh, this is unexpected.
Yeah, but I was not complaining. So, but yeah, Salty says booked it, stoked. Thank you, Salty. We've also got Steph, my nerdy home, who's been doing some amazing journalistic work on the absolute breakdown and mental dystopia that is Hollywood right now. So keep up the great work, Steph. We love seeing what you're doing over there.
Yeah, guys, go check out Steph's channel if you're not already subscribed, because like Max said, she's doing great stuff right now. I've really enjoyed like just her like Rachel Ziegler videos, and I don't give a damn about Rachel Ziegler.
No,
but like Steph's videos have been really entertaining.
Yeah, she makes them very fun and funny. So yeah.
Well, yes, and the fact that Rachel clearly had to apologize is perfection.
That it was literally like just copy pasted.
Nobody buys it. Like we know she doesn't mean it. She said what she meant, and it's just corporate PR that it's like you need to go out there and apologize because we need this movie to make money. It's too late. It's too late.
Yeah.
Everyone hates your guts, Rachel Ziegler. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh man, what a PR nightmare. Now Kaiser has a great question here. Who's the next aficionado with a Kickstarter? Kyle? Well, Keel, do you have a book that is in the works right now?
I think so, but I'm not an aficionado, so technically no.
Should we try and get Kyle on one of Wes's morning streams?
Oh no, Wes hates his guts. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Yeah, there's no I don't think feelings mutual too. No. Saturday mornings, there's not a snowball's chance in hell that would probably work with my schedule, but it would have to be something like important, as in something that I give a shit about. So,
you mean like promoting the book that you might have coming out?
Yeah, I don't know.
What about when we talk about how Jim Lee has been an utter failure as the head of DC Comics? Would you be?
Well, now if you need someone to come on to speak, thoughts and rationale to everybody on the panel to say, no, you guys are all obviously insane, and maybe.
Oh man. Well,
I saw him posing in front of that, Jon Stewart statue they had out there. That was fucking gorgeous. That was
really nice.
Sexy people. I couldn't get enough.
Now, see, the joke's on you, Kyle, because nothing that we ever discuss on Aficionados is important.
Oh, no.
I love how there'll be like 5 or 6 topics. You only get through 2 of them if we're lucky.
Yeah.
2 at the maximum.
Yes.
One is pretty good. One is normal, but it has become the first probably hour is like random, fun, goofy topics like sandwiches. Sandwiches was the topic of discussion for the first hour of like 2 weekends ago or something. So or when Sully's on at soup.
Wes drafts these like long outlines of like topics.
Yeah.
And it's like, why do you do that? Like, when have we ever gotten to anything? Towards the end.
Yeah, it's like one set you guys spent like 45 minutes to an hour talking about candy bars. I'm like, I couldn't.
There you go. Yep, that's what it was. Yeah. Well, you've got your 100 grands or whatever. I'm like, I don't even know what that is.
You're just making shit up now.
Yeah.
We could have, and people wouldn't have known. Like, I forgot that Tiger's Milk was a thing that existed until.
Oh my god, that's right. Wasn't that like a protein bar though?
Yeah, something like that. But like when I was a kid, I remember it was like,
Well, the West is in a third world country. God only knows what the fuck he considers third world.
I know, he just be naming some like really crazy off-brand
like
candies.
Human feet or some shit. It's like, no, you can fucking get anything you want here.
He's like, no, I really enjoy Mr. Goodberry, and you're like, what is that? Some knockoff Mr. Goodbar. Yeah, it's Mr. Goodbar, but it's got raisins instead of peanuts.
And it reminds of a guy named Barry. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's okay. We're in the Philippines. That's all good.
The Philippines. It's got tomatoes in it.
Yeah. Jamin D, a member of the channel, he says, I have a feeling Josh will announce something in the future for sure. Josh, do you have anything to say about that?
I mean, technically, Drew and I have
we're working on something.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So.
Yeah, we're working on Head Shop. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's out there.
Technically, there is something that's currently already out from Josh, Andrew. But
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, now that we've covered some of
issue, I have the first issue preview, as does everyone I respect and admire.
Oh yeah, and Aaron is now the new editor of
That's right.
Head Shop. Yeah.
Oh.
That's right. Even I forgot that.
Oh no. All right, gentlemen. Well, let's get into some show and tell, shall we? I think we all have some fun, like little things, so we'll show these off, and then we'll allow Kyle to go last, as he has something that might blow everyone's mind. So let's go ahead and do show and tell.
I love a good.
All right. Sorry, Aaron. I think the intro cut you off, but what were you saying?
Oh, I was just saying, well, it's too late now. The joke is like, it won't work now.
All right, it's over.
Thanks, Max.
I know I ruined it.
What an asshole.
You know, guys, I'll see you later.
In that case, I'm out. Drew, I think you. Well, actually, Aaron. Well, since I cut you off, I'll let you go first because I think you have a comic that is very highly sought after right now.
Are we just doing comics? Because I got all kinds of stuff to show off. Like I picked up this. So this is pretty great. Pretty excited about this. I haven't taken.
What is that? What is?
Wait,
what is that?
Oh, Ghost Rider.
Oh my God!
That
is awesome.
Danny Ketch? What Ghost Rider is that?
Yeah, that's Danny Ketch.
Oh,
nice.
Hell yeah.
You know that I got that, and then I was at Mythic Legions Con, so I got like this here. This is the Amazing Alien and Creature Creator. It's funny. I actually have a little bit of a like not really a credit, but when the Four Horsemen first launched their Cosmic Legions line, I was talking to Eric Treadway, who's responsible for almost all of their designs. And I was saying the thing that I loved about them was they kind of reminded me of the old Mighty Men and Monster Maker, which was this this thing that you would get when you were a kid, and it had like a bunch of plates, and you would put the plates on this section and then put a piece of paper over the plates and then lower the thing and then take a crayon and scrub it across, and you could design different monsters and different superheroes and whatnot. And I told him that, this is what this figure line reminded me of. And then lo and behold, this year he was like, oh yeah. And this year they did it. And they even like did the packaging to look like the old Mighty Men and Monster Maker, which I still own one. So
that's rad, man.
That's cool. Yeah, so that's pretty neat. And then we got there's a lot of stuff that's not out of the package yet. I picked up Hugo
Strange. That's awesome. That's so awesome.
I don't always do the McFarlane figures, but every now and then I'll come across one that it's like I absolutely have to have. But the coolest thing I got this week is I actually went out to the Skybound event at Universal City Walk. They were showing the G.I. Joe animated movie, which never went to theaters when I was a kid because the Transformers movie came out first and bombed, and because every kid was so traumatized that Optimus Prime was killed. And then in the G.I. Joe movie, Duke was supposed to die. And they were like, oh, God, we can't do this. We're going to do the Transformers thing all over again. And it ended up just going direct to video. So it was nice to finally see that on the big screen at the Skybound event because they were celebrating the launch of G.I. Joe #1. And they gave away this exclusive comic, which is designed to look like the G.I. Joe movie poster, but it's G.I. Joe the comic, drawn by Tony Fleece, who works on he's doing Feral right now, which we've all praised. And this is probably the lowest print run comic everybody's saying that Skybound has ever done because it was specifically for that event. And I looked on eBay today, and they were selling for like $1,000.
What?
That's
you gotta be shit, man.
Holy hell. So this is going to CGC.
Fair enough.
Oh wow!
And then I think I'm going to sell it because as much as I love this and as great a cover as this is, and as excited I was to get this, I can't say no to $1,000.
That's a cool G. Yeah, it'd be kind of hard to give that up.
Yeah.
That's pages from Renzo right there.
Do you trust CGC with that? With that book?
That's the dilemma.
I was about to say that's a little scary.
They're the leading standard. You trust them with your life.
Oh, no.
Because
Kyle, we covered Bananagate on here.
I've done professional grading, and I looked at that and I'm like, this is at least a 9.8. So if it came back any lower than a 9.8, I'd be like, okay, where's my comic? Which one did you swap it out with?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, that is so rad. I love it. That seems awesome. And I mean, Kyle, you're always on here preaching about the variants that you're like, well, this is going to be hot. It's 250 going for 250 right now. I don't think any one of our books have ever gone to a grand. So that's,
no, they've dropped $1,000. Yes. But, to negative amount. No, I've never gained that amount.
Oh, funny.
I know the Born of Blood preview edition that Ariel Diaz did, the complete topless one. I know that was selling for several hundred at one point, but after that, I don't know where it's at now. But that's the only thing that came close for me.
If only Born of Blood would have continued, demand might have stayed up.
Yeah, we'll never know.
I got to shout out this guy, Beyond Wednesdays. What's happening, brother? He says that G.I. Joe Tony Fleek's book is $1,000 plus raw.
Wow.
Raw on eBay right now. going to talk to Tony about it tonight on House of Stein YouTube channel, Hot 10 Comic Show. Dude, I actually love y'all's show. I tune in, but I've always lurked. And even when you had like EVS to talk about like Comicsgate stuff and having different voices on and doing y'all's top comic show, I love what you guys are doing over there. So keep up the great work. It's an honor to have you in the chat, honestly, dude. So it's super rad. Maybe I'll reach out one of these days, but thank you so much for the 5. I really do appreciate that. And yeah, everyone in the chat, if you can, either after this show or hop on over to Beyond Wednesdays or House of Stein. Both of those guys do what is it? It was I first started watching and you guys were doing the like almost 10, but then after that or before that, you guys would do the whoa or no. And the whoa, oh, this is awesome. And the no comic was like, this is absolute shit. And one week they did the no comic and it was ISOM. Oh no.
That's always on that list, I think.
I know the no comic is like, ooh, yikes. So yeah, but yeah, one of these. So yeah, no, thank you, man. Seriously, for the $5, I greatly appreciate that. And yeah, we'll go check out the stream after this. Yeah, let's collab sometime. Let's get you on here.
I love the idea that Tony Fleece got a stack of comps of that cover, and they're going for over $1,000.
And he's just sitting on them right now.
Oh, he's just be like flipping those, like
$1,000 bills. Hell yeah, you just
yeah. Gosh dang.
Tell Tony I said hi.
Yeah, we actually had Trish on the show on our show months back, and Trish was amazing. She can talk at length about her passion and her book and her process. So having Trish on here was awesome. So the fact that you get to talk to Tony tonight, that's going to be great, man. So have a blast. But so that was Aaron's show and tell. I forget who had something next. I don't want to skip over anyone, but yeah. Anyone want to take it? Drew, did you have something?
I got stuff. Yeah. So first up for me. So I am not the biggest manga fan. People know that, but yeah, shocking. I managed to pick this up. Apparently this was printed once and they're just now reprinted and collected it. It's the X-Men, the manga, based on the original X-Men animated series from the 1990s. Apparently they were printed in a comic book version and never collected until now. So yeah, it's all in manga form, the original stories. And honestly, it is so much more fun than the actual comic book adaptations that they did from the animated series. It's a very fun read. And what's shocking about it, there are no tentacles, no hentai stuff. It's a fun read, Yeah.
I'm out.
I don't want. I want my manga with tentacles. Wait, so you do have to read that from right to left?
Yes, you do, and it's a learning curve. Yeah, even the dialogue bubbles too. It's from right to left. It's like, oh my god, this is throwing me off.
It's right to left, and then from top to bottom, right to left. So yeah, it's completely different. But
yeah, anyone's saying like, oh, it's not that hard. Like, no, yes, it is. When you're taught to read a certain way your whole life, and you go the opposite way, yeah, it's kind of difficult when you're 40.
No, I spent several years working for Tokyo Pop, so I can switch on a dime. Like you can hand me a manga, and I can flip right to the back, and my brain just like automatically like gets into gear.
I wish I could get into that gear.
I'm actually talking to Renzo because people have been saying like Renzo's black and white artwork on Kneel Before Doomface is gorgeous. And then Oscar goes in and makes it even more beautiful with the colors, but people are like, man, I really want to see like the black and white. And I was talking to Renzo, and Renzo's really good at grayscale. And I told him, I said, at some point I want to do a Kneel Before Doomface manga where we'll just do your black and white pages. I'll have you grayscale them all, and then we'll have all the dialogue moved around, which will be insane because every page is written because the character that speaks first is in the. So how do we do that? But if we can figure out how to do that, I'd love to copy HH from Sigma Comics with Here Comes Calico and him doing the manga version.
Dude, HH is changing the game. He's got like single floppy issues. He's got trade paperbacks. He's got mangas. He's even got Mike Barron coming out on the next comic that he's doing. Like HH
Mike Barron's coming out.
It's about time, I know. We all been keeping it a secret. So.
Yeah, I mean, when we had him on the show, we knew instantly. We were like, man, that was a lot like Josh.
No. In a lot of ways, it reminded me of
yeah. Which, by the way, Josh, I almost I laughed audibly when you sent me the Instagram video of the werewolf going like, yeah, it's a full moon. The werewolves might be coming out at night. And then it cuts to him and he's like, I'm gay.
Oh, that was a great one.
Did you guys, Max, have you ever watched not the TV show, but the What We Do in the Shadows movie?
No, I never saw.
Okay,
I was never really
gotta
big,
check that out because there's some good bits with werewolves in that where it's like, you know, the vampires are all out and then you know, Vladislav is like you know, he turns to the camera and he's like, you know, there are werewolves, you know, up ahead, so shit might go down. It's just like, and then they get together and it's just like the lamest kind of like dick measuring contest between vampires and werewolves you've ever seen. Like where they're just trying to like be, you know, and you go smell your own crotches. And he's like, you know, okay, first of all, we don't smell our own crotches, we smell each other's crotches. It's a form of greeting. Like, you don't have to explain yourself to him.
I love it. Yeah, Jamin, Kyle's face there. You'll see Kyle get into this mode whenever we either talk about manga or B, go to a like Geeks and Gamers meetup. Those are the two instances where you'll watch Kyle's like Kyle's soul leaves his body, and then
you get alcohol on him. When you get like 5 Long Islands in him, then he cools out. Then he's
good.
Good, yeah.
Then he's good, but
takes a lot.
Drew, did you have anything else, or was it just the manga?
Oh, two more.
Okay, sweet.
Next one. So I got to go from manga to American. You know, to go back to normal reading. I'm going to suggest don't try reading this because you'll just get stupider reading it. But it's a fun to look at. It's Jim Lee's Wildcats, the Wildcats Compendium. This is so much fun visually to go through. It is just so fucking badass.
Gosh dang, that looks great.
Yeah. It's got trifold pages in here and everything. It's just this is insane. This was like $35 on Amazon. This compendium.
No way.
I'm gonna go get that.
Yeah, I can't say no to that. What DC's doing now, making these like compendiums, they're not like they're omnibuy, but soft covers. They're worth every damn cent. Most of these are going for between $30 to $40 at the most. And I pre-ordered the JSA one that's coming out in late November.
Dude, that's how you got to get these books in kids' hands now. Like, because they're not going to be picking up omnibus, and a trade paperback is going to be too thin, or it's not going to have the same continuity. So those big trades, but for only $25, $35, that's a deal.
Yeah,
I like it.
And the last one, I'm going to show up. I want to show that address. So there's a young man named Kenneth Rocafort. The kid's going places. He's a good artist. Very talented.
He's a good guy. Yeah, he's doing all right. He's doing all right for himself.
And so as Kyle knows, I practically raised his kids. And he, as a thank you, he sent me a couple books of his. And these are his exclusive TMNT cover #1 that he did.
Oh wow!
Add a little remark up there.
Oh, nice.
Little Donatello up there. Yeah.
Look at that.
And
is Donnie your favorite?
Second favorite. Leonardo's my favorite.
Okay.
But, Donnie's a close second. And so yeah, I love this is a beautiful cover that he did for the store exclusive. And I think Aaron, you were there for that store exclusive launch when he was there, right?
I mean, you know, Ken Rocafort, he's a nice kid, and I think you're right. I think he is going places. You know, I gave him a little bit of a break, having him come in and do a Doomface cover for me. It's sold pretty well. I think people are going to be into it.
Yeah. Give those breaks to those up and coming.
I see you. You do
just the handouts.
It's our way of giving something back.
Yeah.
If not you, then who?
Yeah.
If not us, who? If not now, when?
Exactly.
There you go. Well, thank you for showing those off, Drew. Yeah, those are awesome. I especially love the manga. One of these days, we're gonna get you guys. It's gonna be great.
No.
It's gonna be glorious. Everyone tells me so. Speaking of glorious, look what I
know that book.
Wait a second, what's this?
Wow.
Yeah, well, Depths of Valor. Valor.
Sorry, it reminded me of a little story behind the scenes. Aaron, you want me to the story?
Yeah, tell it.
So there's a certain individual on our team. She kept mispronouncing Valor as Valor in all the meetings, and Steve would always message me after the meetings. He'd be like, "Does she know how to pronounce Valor correctly?"
Oh no!
And yeah, it was very funny.
You're like, sure enough, she doesn't actually. So.
I worked with an editor in chief that continually said hyperbole.
Oh no!
It's just one of those things where it's like it's a word that like you've read but you've never heard anybody say. So like he was standing around and he used it like 3 times in this meeting, and all of us were just like looking at each other like, is he doing that on purpose? Like when Wes says emphasis instead of emphasis. Wes is doing it so that people will correct him in the chat.
Yeah.
Because then, of course, that's engagement. Boom. But because people can't resist. People just love to be like, you're saying that word wrong. They can't resist. Yeah. So, but no, he and then we were like, do you mean hyperbole? And he was like, is that how that's pronounced? He's like, I've only ever read it. And I was like, that's it.
Well, that's also kind of like that's also kind of like superhero and supervillain names. Like, because I know Gary has always said Thanos, but we heard it as Thanos, right? So like everyone will have it in their own head as like but then they're actual like dictionary words that are pronounced a certain way. Like you can't just say like, oh yeah, hyperbole. That's how it's pronounced now.
And Thanos is perfectly, acceptable because of course, what's his son's name? Thane, and that's like a, that's like a title. So when you look at it, I mean, until I heard a comic book professional say it, I thought it was Thanos.
Yeah,
and I know a lot of people who like when we were kids, it used to say Dark Seed instead of Dark Side.
Yeah. I was about to say, well, then there'd be Keel, right? But Dark Seed,
and then you've got all the Ripperverse names.
Oh god!
Oh no!
Where nobody knows how to pronounce.
Wait, Josh,
not even the creators know. Actually,
it's
that's right.
Siobhan.
Is that her name? Is that the newest girl that's in there? What's her?
You mean Saroyce?
Saroyce? Yeah. What is it?
There's a lot of
it's Gaelic.
Saoirse.
That's how. Yeah, that's Saoirse.
But it's
well, I mean, because Scottish names like so I worked with a Sheila, but her name was spelled Shalach.
Yeah. I knew a girl named Kleena, but it was like Kleinach. So, or is it Enamor?
Look, even something that should have been simple like Horseman, people were like, "It's Horseman."
Yeah,
it's like no, it's Horseman.
Horseman, not Horseman.
It's Kamala, not Kamala.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah. This is how
to be fair. That was still funny though, because he put out that fucking video where he's like, "There's not a hyphen in there. Why on earth would you think it's Horseman?" And we're like, "I don't know, Batman,
Superman.
Literally Aquaman, every other man ever, Hawkman, like every man."
Aquaman? I've always thought it was Aquaman. I thought he was Jewish.
It's Hawkman and Superman.
Arthur Aquaman, right?
Yeah. I actually like it better. No, it's made the name even better.
But hey guys, thanks for but I do want to say thank you for getting those copies of Depths of Valor. I appreciate it.
Oh, dude, yeah, no, my pleasure. I got scared at first because the mailman put it in my neighbor's mailbox, so like it said delivered, and then I looked in my mailbox, and sure enough, it wasn't there, and I was like, these are sold out. I can't get this ever again. So I was all scared. But thankfully they came over and they were like, "What's this stupid comic? What's this funny book in my mailbox?" I said, "Oh, okay." All right, I will show off my stuff and then we'll get to the main event of the evening. But that's a lot of damage. So I got a box here, a big old box, 113 big ones, but it is well worth it because I've been investing into the Essential collection.
Good man.
So I invested a ton of money into the Omnibus, which are great and they're gorgeous and they're beautifully printed and it's such a great collection. But the Essentials are really just black and white editions of the Omnibus with even more stories and more issues. So here's, I got Wolverine
that's
1 through
the perfect collection in black and white. I have that. That's perfect in
Mhm.
black and white.
because this is all like Mark Silvestri, Adam Kubert, Andy
Yep.
Kubert, and Mark Teixeira, like
Mhm.
big names, all in black and white. The Essential Punisher, but this is issue number 2, or this is the number 2. So this is Mike Barron, Punisher 1 through 20.
Nice.
So beautiful.
Yeah.
I think you get some Whilce Portacio, Mike Barron, Klaus Janson, Marvel 2-in-1. More Wolvie. I had to get like Wolvie 1 through 4, Silver Surfer 1,
Nice.
Doctor Strange
Oh,
3.
that's trippy.
But this was the volume 2 or 3, I believe. This is Doctor Strange 1 through 29, annual, Tomb of Dracula. So yeah, Steve Englehart, Marv Wolfman, Frank Bruner, Gene Colan. Like these covers are gorgeous, and the artwork is even better. Love some Doctor Strange. And then 1 through 6,
Oh my God.
Essential X-Men.
I have all 11 volumes of the Essential X-Men, and
Do you really?
Yes,
Oh man,
they are amazing in black and white.
These
They're all
are
amazing.
some of the most gorgeous. This is some of the most gorgeous art I've experienced. I've just been looking through these. Like I'll have a football game on in the background,
Mhm.
and I'll just look through these, and I'll just look at the black and white. It's amazing. So, and like I said, this was like $100 and something. Like it wasn't super expensive. So for all of y'all out there who are looking to collect, and read, and just mainly read the stories, get into comics and find like a starting point, these essential editions are perfect. It gives you like 20 issues of some of the mainline stories in black and white on newsprint. You can read it easily, and they're like $10 a pop if you find them used. If you find them new, they're about 16. But still.
The ones next ones you need to get, Max, are the Tomb of Draculas. I have the Tomb of Draculas in black and white. The Gene Colans are gorgeous in black and white.
Okay.
Yeah.
It still kills me. I have the omnibus of Tomb of Dracula. I have the second Tomb of Dracula omnibus, and I was never able to find the first one. And every time I find it, it's like $600 or something.
Oh,
they're
Oh my God.
stupid expensive.
That's ridiculous. There's no way I could justify that purchase. But if you buy an ISOM statue for $600, I mean that's going for some good money.
That's an actual investment.
That's
actually
you're investing in your future and your children there. So
you can get a Doom face bust hand painted by me for cheaper than that.
You can. That's a good point on your campaign. So, and they're actually a limited quality too. So,
and are you actually painting right now, Aaron?
I am actually painting right now.
He is. Yeah. Quantity, quality.
Yes, they are limited quality.
Well, we know that, but I didn't want to say it.
Yeah. But yeah, so that is all I have. I love these things. They do get the smell of the week too. If we're playing by Rock and Robbie's rules.
Yes.
Yeah, they get the smell of the week for sure.
Love playing by Rock and Robbie's rules.
Which there are no rules.
He's the leading standard we all have to meet.
Exceed,
hopefully.
The only Rock and Robbie rule is that there are no rules.
Oh, no rules. Well, I'm gonna stop waffling because I think it's time for the main event of the evening. Kyle, I think you have a little something that you got in the mail not too long ago.
Yeah, a little bit ago. But first I'm gonna save that. I did get some books.
Oh, good. Okay. As long as they're not foils, I think we should be fine.
Or Jim Lee's. Yeah.
Oh.
or
facsimiles. The big item is going to be Jim Lee, right? Kyle's just going to pull him out of a duffel bag, and he's going to be like, "How did I get here? Help me! Send help!" And shut up.
He's short enough. You could fit him in a little duffel bag.
Yeah, you could carry him in a backpack, and he could be like, "Finish your training, you will."
Hey, Kyle, where's your wife at?
That he created. Yeah, I paid you $40,000 for a remark, you piece of shit.
With no background, no legs,
no color.
No color. 40,000. That'll do it, right?
Yep. So I have some books here. I was gifted this Rottingham #1 Oh, Nottingham. not Nottingham.
Whoa! Look at that.
By Drew.
Wow.
Very nice.
Yeah, I like that. Nice cover.
That's
So that
sick.
was an
Yeah, I've never
exclusive.
seen that cover before.
Yeah, it was an
Showed it off.
exclusive. Yeah, it was an exclusive to the Comic Mint.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
A guy Aaron and I both met named Matt. He was working the booth there. He was the artist for that. Yeah, that variant.
So is that Nottingham one, as in Nottingham number one of the first volume? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. That's sick.
Numero uno. And then I went down a Simon Bisley rabbit hole here, and I got
we love our
I got some
biz.
Biz covers here.
Okay. Some
so yeah,
Slain.
Oh no, this is real stuff. This isn't that fucking.
But Slain was his like first ever stuff in what was it? Not Wizard. Oh,
yeah, see, it was so good. You remember what it's from. That's amazing. That's
2000 AD.
Yeah,
2000 AD.
right. Yep, exactly.
Yeah. There you
Yep.
go.
No, this is real stuff.
Okay. All right.
So I love this cover. I got the black and white sketch version, or variant of this cover, and this was a cover he did for a 20th anniversary of The Tick.
Ooh.
Oh, hell yeah.
This is limited to 500.
Oh wow.
Oh my goodness.
I don't want to know how much you paid for that. I don't want to know.
Not as expensive as you think. I mean, it was like $70, I think.
Oh, that's it? Oh,
That's cheaper than I would have guessed.
Yeah.
I think it was under $100. So
I don't think I've ever seen that penciled variant for that cover. I've never seen that.
I didn't either. So I messaged the guy that I saw this on eBay. I was like, "Will you just take this price?" And he was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Well, shit."
All right.
9 times out of 10, when you say that, they either ignore you or say you're stupid.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
that's awesome, man.
Yeah. So I got that, and then I went down. I've loved these covers. I've wanted them for a while. I wanted the set, the 1, 2, 3. I wanted these around Halloween because I really like these two characters, and these are expensive. And it's a 3-issue mini, and I just absolutely just love these fucking covers. But don't read the book. The story is retardedly bad. It starts off okay, but it really falls off the tracks real fast.
So like this week's Amazing Spider-Man. Got it.
Pretty much, yeah. But I had to get these. I wanted all 3. I sent the seller a price. I said, "Hey, will you take this?" He was like, "Yep." I was like, "Damn it. Okay, fine." So
I like that Kyle sends offers and then is like, "Oh, called my bluff." Well,
terrible poker player. But I wanted these Jason versus Leatherface.
Oh shit.
Oh,
1, 2, 3.
Those are cool. I've never seen that before.
Oh yeah, they're I see them at shows a lot. Yeah, they're always like in the back wall behind the dealers. Yeah, those are good ones.
And I wanted all 3, and they're all in really good shape. And I paid, it was like $150, I think, for all of them.
Okay. And good man. I'm glad to see that these are all in Mylar. So you've already taken good care of them.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a great one.
Sick. Yeah, that is so cool.
Fucking good. I mean, the story is retarded.
Yeah,
it is
the story is
bad.
Sure. It's
Oh
unreadable.
my god, it's so stupid.
It's like
it's
unreadable
cool.
bad, or
like the first
unreadable bad.
The first 3 pages are okay. How they get Jason to Texas, it's like, okay, this is kind of fun. Where a company comes into Crystal Lake and like, we need to clean it up, and we want to put a condominium, but there's a bunch of toxic waste and shit, and they hire some fly-by-night company to come in and just like dredge the lake, and like Jason gets picked up into this and put on a big garbage barge and then put on a train down to Texas. I'm like, okay, I can. That's stupid fun. I can go with that. But then he meets Leatherface. I'm like, okay, it goes into Kooky Town like real quick.
Yeah.
He like picks up Leatherface's chainsaw and hands it to him, and they become like best friends. It's like, wait, what? Okay. No, it's too much. I'm like, I'm done.
Cool covers though.
The covers are great. Recommended for the covers.
You didn't want a buddy road trip with Jason and Leatherface.
That's not what I wanted from these covers. I really was expecting an actual fight with verses.
Yeah,
yeah, like
it
Freddy
does
and
say
Jason.
verses on there.
Yeah,
I just saw a thing that I've got to watch it. They're talking to Bruce Campbell about how close Freddy versus Jason versus Ash actually came to actually being done and signed.
That would have been incredible.
That would have been amazing.
Yeah. Chris,
even the one with Pinhead with Hellraiser, with them going to hell and Pinhead being involved. I'm like, that would have been interesting.
No, Pinhead only needs to exist in his own universe films.
Yeah, you're right. Hellraiser Hellworld was so fucking good. Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
Oh no, I'm not saying.
Yeah, don't trounce that.
Hey,
okay,
we got Henry Cavill out of that, Kyle.
Yeah, Henry Cavill.
Oh yeah.
So
do you think Henry Cavill will ever return to the Hellraiser franchise?
God, I hope so.
As Pinhead? No. Jack Frost says, I had Ryan put some obscure Simon Bisley books in your box, MVP. It's a surprise. Well, Jack, thank you so much, man. I appreciate you doing that. I'll have to check out. Hopefully they're all right, because I know that there was one that came out recently that was rough. But hey, he's the biz. He can't miss. So
it's impossible. All right. So now am I getting to the main event here?
All right. I've been waiting for this all week.
So there's an artist that we know, that we have talked to, and I reached out to him and asked if he would be willing to work on my book and do a cover, and he stupidly said yes. And
now, has he also done work for another panelist on our show tonight?
I believe so. Well, you don't know if he's done work, but somebody on this panel has bought stuff from him for sure.
Yes, that is true.
So it is Jonathan Marks Baravecchia, and I fucking love this guy. And I truly believe he is an actual artiste when it comes to things. And so I'll show. Should I do the? So I asked him to do a commission on top of a cover for me, and a commission. I gave him like 4 or 5 characters, and he was like, he's like, I love doing Weapon X, and I was like, cool. I like Wolverine, Weapon X, sure, go for it. That's all I said. I said, just do it. I don't care how you do it. And so I had no idea what he did. I gave him nothing, and he gave me nothing other than when I showed up. And so this was the Weapon X he did.
Yeah.
Wow. That's great.
Wait, turn it on its side, because I think there we go. Yeah, now we're talking.
Yeah.
Bro.
Oh my god. It's so good.
That's really nice.
Toadstorms.
Yeah.
God, the shading the shading in his abdominal, like on his serratus, like ab muscles and like his chest. It's like, it's surreal, but it's so realistic. I can't even explain it. Like, I think Kyle,
I was the only one looking there, but that's fine.
No, I'm looking towards the machinery down.
Hey.
No, I mean, I remember telling Kyle, I think, like, when he sent the picture, I was like, dude, like, you can feel the emotion through the art. It's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, in the face, like he put movement in this. Like you can. Yeah. That's just this guy's style. Like it's uncanny. It's unlike anything that I've seen, and this will be unlike anything I'll ever own. And so I asked if he would do a cover for my book that may or may not ever exist, but he was willing to do it. And I sent him the terrible script, and somehow out of that he was able to figure out. He gave me some different options for cover, and I went with one. And to do this, and it's crazy how he was able to capture exactly the feel that I was going for with this. With nothing as far as anything that I told him. I did give him one minor thing. I sent it to you guys, and we all agreed like what we thought would be better. But this is the original version of the cover he did.
Oh wow!
For this,
very nice.
And the texture on this thing is, I mean, I don't know what he used, but
you can see. I can see the whiteout. He used a lot of whiteout in there.
Yeah,
that's He seems to really like that technique because he did it with Bear Pirate Viking Queen, but it looks so nice.
It really does.
Kyle, maybe the real book is the friends we made along the way.
Or enemies. But yeah, you're probably right. It is.
So is this the best cover? Well, I don't want to say it's the best cover because the other cover that we were able to showcase on here is also really gorgeous.
Yeah, Marco's cover is great. They're all very different, but
but I think this one invokes, like you said,
just the feel. When I was I gave him nothing. Like I literally said nothing. I just gave him the script, and he was like, "Here." I was like, "Jesus, dude."
You're like, "This is perfect. It's everything."
Kyle, if we're gonna make you a real editor, you gotta be more involved in the process.
I mean,
but no, it worked out.
It did, and if it didn't, I would have been like, "All right, well, fuck." But better luck next time. But no, I the fact that he was able to get that across from that and just be able to say, "Hey, there's just some ideas I have," and he sent me preliminaries, obviously, and if I would have seen it along the way, I would have been like, "Ooh," but no, he got it. It's great. It's fantastic. I can't wait to hang this up. I'm probably going to move. I think I think I have too many Leprestis up here. I think I need to.
He's not going to be happy when you tell him that. So
that's not a bad problem to have, actually.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. So I think Lepresti's going to get demoted here and put up some of these.
Dude, I'm thinking about having Lepresti do a Ben Grimm the Thing with a big old stogie.
Yes. I've got one of those in my sketchbook that he did.
Yep. See, I think his art lends itself to something like that. But I've been reading these Marvel 2-in-1s, and Ben Grimm is the best, man. So I think I might see if he can do something for me. But sorry, anyway.
No,
JMB.
And I want him to do another. I want JMB. I have an idea for another character that I want, and I think he could do something really fucking cool with it. So we'll see. But no,
and the Charlotte Webb, the Sun Spider.
Yes, I'm like,
I know it's Charlotte Weber, created by T. Franklin.
Yes,
no one else.
Thank you.
Yep.
5 years after the character was created, she created the character.
Yeah, right. In chat, JMB's commissions are open. Now there's a selfish part of me that's like, I don't want to tell you that because I want him to do a commission for me. But his commissions are open. He posted it on Instagram the other day. You would be a fool, Jerry. You fooled me, Jerry, to not go to this man to get a commission done. So we really want to promote his work because we think that he's amazing. And one of the things that I've noticed, Kyle, about the work that you guys have, and then the work that you have, Josh, is that if you see that hung up in like an art gallery, I'd go like, this looks like this art. Looks like it belongs here. Like it looks like art. Like, right. If I were to see kind of the classic, maybe Jack Kirby, it's a little bit more retro or a little bit old school. It looks kind of more like comic booky. I could still see it in an art gallery. But the JMB art is something that I've never seen before in comics. Like his stuff just transcends what art really looks like for a lot of books. So I'm really grateful that you guys have hopped on this because he's great. So
he is. No, it's funny. My wife fucking hates all of this shit. She thinks it's all fucking stupid.
She's like, that's not art.
Yeah. And so when I got this Matt Martin piece from Snowman, I showed it to her. I'm like, isn't this fucking amazing? Like, look at this guy's detail. Every little dot here and everything. She's like, it's stupid. It looks dumb. This, when I showed her this, she was like, wow, that's actually really cool. So I'm like, hey,
wow. It got winning. The seal of approval.
Going up in the main room. You're not taking it
down. Above y'all's bed. Put both of them above the bed. And now that you've gotten, then she'll really hate you. She'll be like, listen, I like it, but I don't like it that much. Like,
I know what that scene evokes. I don't think that you would want that over your bed.
No.
I know where the story goes.
Yeah. Oh, we
Doesn't
can put
end
it in
well.
Jack's room. Oh no.
Oh.
way.
No, that's what I was thinking about when I wrote this. Oh no.
Oh no. Oh God. Well, dude, thank you so much for showing those off and sharing those with us. Cause I like when I saw the work that Josh got, like what was it, Josh? It's like it's the knight, it's like the Templar helmet and then all the battlefields on there. What was that first one? Yeah.
It's the bear face, and then you've got the
That's
battle.
what it
So you got the bear's face, and the battle's going across like where the nape of the bear's neck would be. And then the London at night scene when they arrive in London. And you've got it's snowing as well, so you got the whiteout, and then you have the bear like on the ship up, like smelling the air. Oh, it's a beautiful piece.
Yeah.
So,
and two completely different tones, two completely different feels. Like the colors that he uses for both are completely, totally different. But yeah.
And I know we're talking about, like he does great work and all this stuff, but he's also just a cool guy, and his prices are so good.
Prices are very good.
Yeah,
before they start going up, because they will. Get in now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, that is the dangerous part, because I want to be like, I'll buy more when they're priced like that. So like I'll do like, can I have this one and this one and this one? It's like, oh no,
better get in there.
Well, that's what I did when I saw the Weapon X. I'm like, I got to get another one. Like, man. I got to get another one.
Yeah,
and I know what I want.
How could you not?
Did I tell you? Did I tell you? Nobody will appreciate it. Max, you will. Nobody else will give a fuck.
Okay, what do you think?
I've already lost interest.
I know. I want to get a Balrog from Lord of the Rings.
No
way.
How
would that not be of interest to everybody else on the panel? It's only Drew that doesn't care.
Exactly.
Drew would fall asleep looking at it.
I already fell asleep. What are you talking about?
Dude, wait. So like the scene in Khazad-dûm,
I just want to say Balrog. I want to know what he does with it. That's all I'm going to give him.
That's way too.
Are you
cryptic.
talking about
like you have
Durin's Bane? Is that what you're talking about right now?
Yeah.
Oh man.
That's what I want. And just say, do it. Just go fucking crazy with it.
I'm going to give you one word, and you just go with it. Balrog.
You hang it on your wall, and you just stand there going, "Go back to the shadow."
Yes.
Oh man, fly, you fools!
Fly, you.
Well, that should do it just about for show and tell. But we've got plenty of news that we got to get into, so let's get right into the news. This just in, breaking Netflix not only having a meltdown, but is crashing actually harder than comic creator liberals in their homes right now. And it is saying that Biden is on the steps of Air Force One due to fight. So this is pretty incredible news. Thank you, Salty. Yeah. He's our eyes on the ground right now as we speak.
It's crashed twice so far watching this.
Has it really?
Yeah, mine's crashed, but it's up now. But
wow.
But so before we do the news, I just want to say, how funny would it be if when Kyle said Balrog to him and he drew Balrog from Street Fighter? I would laugh my ass off.
I take that too. Hey, that's a win-win for me.
No, I couldn't. No, that's.
What about Balrog fighting the Balrog?
Oh,
that's epic.
That would be worth your money for sure.
Wait, just curious, do we all have a character we would want him to draw?
Yeah. I wanted him to do Weapon X, but Kyle stole that from me, so I don't know what I want him to do now. Because I can't ask him to do another Weapon X.
Honestly, I would love to see him do a Space Ghost.
Okay.
Interesting.
You gotta get something visceral, man. Like something really.
I'd rather have Zorak than Space Ghost. At least he can get in there and do some creepy Mantis action.
Max, better yet, have him do a Recluse from Unholy Nightmare. There we go.
Oh, there you go. All right.
Max, what if he did like a Punisher or something? Would you like?
I actually thought about him doing Nick Fury, like 90s Nick Fury with the cigarette or the little cigar, like disheveled, all the pouches on him. I thought that would be kind of cool.
For sure.
I'm surprised Drew didn't go Faust, honestly.
There you go.
Faust would be badass.
See that's reserved for like those who are very. I would have the one who's a Reap do that before him. You know, I would actually. You know what? Man, commission Juan to do a Faust for me.
Josh, who would you? Because you actually bought work from his comic book, but would you have him do a commission for you?
Yeah, I totally pay for a commission. I would probably. I feel like he does good with really visceral, intense characters. Yeah. I'd probably, just because I'd like to see what he does if he adds the color to it, I'd probably say like Illyria from Angel, which I know you know nothing about. But
yeah, I don't know.
If you do something like super bloody and just maybe play with all I'm gonna say is maybe play with the duality of the character, but I'd be like, if you know this character, can you do this?
I wonder.
You know what's interesting is so Josh, big Buffy Angel fan. I never thought about this before, about talking to Josh about this, but wasn't Amy Acker also the voice of your favorite DC heroine?
She was in Justice League.
Oh wow!
Oh yeah, love that Huntress. Yeah.
Jamin mentions Conan. There you go.
Yeah.
Cool.
See, like I was gonna say Conan would be good, but you already got a Conan commission.
So. I mean, we're still waiting on it. We're still talking to Shane Connery Volk. So Shane, I bought one of Shane's covers for Nottingham. Absolutely gorgeous. Did a lot of that whiteout, very visceral character with the Sheriff of Nottingham. Dude, I still can't believe that ending to that book, issue 15. Just like
it's perfect.
Perfect.
It is perfect.
Yeah, it is a perfect series. But yeah, so he should be doing Conan for me. But yeah, Shane and Jonathan both, I feel like, can do really gritty, kind of worn down characters. They have to have some visceral natures to them that make them like really, like, I don't know, hardened. They can't be too clean. Like, I feel like if you were to do like a Superman, it wouldn't really work. I don't know.
Yeah, I originally thought, because I love Rocketeer, I'm like, oh, I'll have him do a Rocketeer, but I'm like, I don't know if I'm going to want that. I'm like, I think I may regret that real quick.
Too clean,
like
man.
Rocketeer from hell.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah,
I'm like,
it would be,
that sucks.
It makes sense.
But yeah, so I was like, no, not that.
Wait, is this English? Ogami Ito.
You should know that, Max. What the fuck is that from?
Well, I had to read it the other way.
Yeah, what hentai is that from?
Oti Omododo. Yeah. Imiyago.
Yeah. But now that I think about it more, Josh, Punisher would be pretty cool. Like a Jonathan Marks Punisher, maybe just like after a fight or something.
Yeah.
It reminds me of Frank.
I was gonna say, imagine the whiteout effect, but with red. Like it's just
yeah, hell yeah. Yeah. Well, because it would be like the Frank Turan issues that were like 92 and 93, issue 90. It was in the 90s, but he did that. Frank Turan did like just 2 issues that were back to back, and it was just like he was just blood and scars and dirt and just like everything. It looked awesome, but I don't know. So, but yeah, I kind of want to. I don't know. I feel like I have too many Wolverine things, which is fine. I could add more, but like I have something.
Yeah.
Ooh, wait! A Sabretooth from JMB would be sick.
Why don't you get Laura Kinney, the true Wolverine?
Oh no,
real.
Yes. Yeah. Speaking of modern women, I mean.
Oh, no! Oh, what is going on? Oh my lord!
What
is that? Marguerite Bennett?
What the fuck is that?
It's Drew's Modern Woman from the Frankenstein comic.
Oh no!
Clearly, obviously, yeah, that tracks.
Yeah, 100% correct. That was blue hair and all. Who'd have thought?
Speaking of strong women, did you guys all wish Heidi McDonald a happy birthday today?
No.
How old is she? 30? 25?
We can't. We're dead. Remember, we're on death's door.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Nobody wants to read John Byrne on a book anymore.
No.
Yeah, no one wants to read John.
Who?
Byrne. Oh, you know what strong woman we should celebrate. First up in the news, it has been confirmed that Julia Garner will play the Silver Surfer in the Fantastic Four. First steps arriving in theaters July 25th, 2025.
I can't wait to miss this.
To say, meh, like okay, just another movie I just won't go see. So that's good. Thanks.
And
Thanks.
it's not even because of her. Like I'm looking at Pedro Pascal right there, and I'm like, nope.
Yeah, I mean, if this is actually Kyle, I thought you were still clapping. If this
That's
is actually how Ben
this
Grimm
whole
is going
thing,
to work,
because hell yeah,
yeah,
It's
so
both
fucking
stunning
hot.
and brave, guys.
both
Stunning
both
and
of them,
brave.
yeah.
Stunning and brave.
It's I mean, slap some silver on her, and she probably looks like it. Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
but she's
she
like
does.
what, 5'2",
Yeah,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
Oh,
especially in
man.
Ozark. Like she's really short.
Barely 5
Yeah.
feet. Yeah.
So she's like the same height as Pedro Pascal then.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. There you go.
The apple. Great.
I don't know. I don't know what they're gonna do with this, but
I think she's in the
mean,
dying universe. I think it's just like at the very beginning, like
Yeah,
the one that
agreed.
the Fantastic Four escapes from.
Mm.
But it's like, why
okay.
do it? Like, why do that at all?
Yeah, there's no point. Just so they
So-
can get these headlines and just say like, "Look, the first female Silver Surfer in the Marvel," and everyone's just like, "No one cares." Anyway,
I have a suspicion that they're gonna have Galactus like obliterating this universe to try to make him seem like a badass. So, however many films later, when you get the real Silver Surfer coming in, people will be like, "Oh my god!" But I don't think it's gonna work.
Mm.
No, and you've already like when you start out with a multiversal version of the character, who cares?
Yeah,
When you
Yeah.
introduce the real character, it's like this is the problem they're going to have if they just go full RDJ Doctor Doom and then introduce a different Doctor Doom. Like no one's going to care.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to care about this anyway with Pedro Pascal as Mr. Fantastic, but I do like the other casting, so I think those are fine.
Well, he
So
is fantastic. So
Kaiser says silver suffragist.
Yeah, what was that bit, Drew, that you sent me? And women's suffering.
Oh, the
Women's
suffrage
Yeah,
man
yeah,
show. Yeah, and women's suffrage.
Yeah, and women's suffrage. There you go.
Remember when Jimmy Kimmel was funny? Holy crap.
Yeah.
God,
now
who
he's
would've
just crying
thought?
like a little bitch.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah, no, on his show where he's like,
Literally,
"We failed
yeah.
as a nation." It's like that's also kind of like the ESPN sports guy who is like, "This is not okay" during the
Kirk
BLM
Herbstreit?
riots.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Gosh dang, man.
Instead of
You guys-
fluoride in the water, we should be putting testosterone in the water.
Really,
It's
like,
definitely
he's-
help.
he's gonna
Pass it along
be-
to Robert Kennedy. We need to get that in the water. Yes.
Yep.
you can visibly see men's shoulders shrinking over time. It's pretty
Make
Look at
pathetic.
Dave
men
Bautista.
men again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
But yeah, that was just brief news that came up right before the show. What I really want to get to though is Aaron, you were at the premiere, or what was it? The G.I. Joe animated movie premiere, but was also like a Skybound event too.
Well,
Is that what
it wasn't a premiere. It was they were playing the classic '84 movie, and
Okay.
it was a release party for GI Joe #1, and then there was like a Q&A afterwards with Kirkman and Josh Williamson and like the editor whose name escapes me. And the Q&A, I mean, I don't know if you guys have ever been to a comic book Q&A, but there's a reason that like a lot of comic book professionals can't do a YouTube channel because they just can't be that entertaining. And the problem with Q&As is that you always like I didn't have a question and I just made one up because I was like, everybody in here is just sitting here like, they're not going to ask any questions. Everybody's just like really timid. And so it's like, ask a question where it's just like, yeah, I know you can't answer this, but you're going to do Mask, or you're going to do Cops, or you're going to do, like, I just named some other Hasbro properties, just so that Kirkman and Josh had something to talk about, because like people just don't really ask questions. So it was neat. It was neat to see the movie on the big screen, and it was neat to hear that, like, they really obviously it's kind of interesting to see the generational gap because I'm a little bit older than those guys. So to me, Cobra Law came at the tail end of my G.I. Joe fandom. And for them, Cobra Law was like right where they were. So that's why it's such a big part in the Energon universe. But I think it really works in the Energon universe. And as someone who liked the movie when I was a kid and liked Cobra Law contained within the movie, but never wanted to see it bleed into like the Larry Hama comics, which thankfully it didn't. When they did it in the Energon universe, I was all on board. So it was interesting to hear them talk about that and to talk about approaching this with long-term plans, approaching G.I. Joe with long-term plans. And thankfully, now that G.I. Joe has launched, it seems like they're not going to be doing any of the little mini-series focused on individual characters so much. So we won't get like another Kelly Thompson series, hopefully. But
let's hope. One can only hope. Yeah.
Real quick, hate to interject a little news in the fight. You guys just missed Mike Tyson's ass. As he was walking across, he did an interview. He turned around and he just pretty much showed his ass as he's walking away in the locker room. It's like,
really?
I don't think that was intentional.
Well, it's
Netflix, baby. It's Netflix.
Come on, if this was a Netflix original, it would have started out with people boning, just to make sure that you were like they got your attention.
Spinal. But yeah, that's pretty wild. I'll have to watch the replay then. I'm kind of mad I missed it now. Well, thank you for the play-by-play update, Drew. I really appreciate.
Yeah, I had to interject with that. I'm like, whoa, that's something you don't see every day. Okay.
Does it look like a 58-year-old man's ass, or is he keeping it tight, Drew?
Oh, he's keeping it. It looks pretty in shape.
All right.
America's ass.
Yeah, that's America's ass right there, baby. Yeah,
better ass than Taylor Swift.
Yep,
that is
absolutely nailed it.
Yeah, she's got 100%.
Yeah. Well, sweet. So, I mean, comic creator panels are always interesting, like you said, Aaron. Now, you do get someone like not Jim Zub. Yeah, no, Jim Zub. We went to Dallas. I was like, wait, am I having a stroke? Yeah.
Yes.
No, we went. Oh, yes. That too. I smelled toast somewhere. But no, we saw Jim Zub, and my God, man. I mean, like you couldn't. Like I was paying attention the entire 60 minutes. Like you couldn't not pay attention to a guy who was so interesting, so fascinating, so well spoken, and had so much to say, and just like a natural born storing. Oh my God, I really
you are having a stroke.
Just a natural born storyteller, right? I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah.
Even in conversations with Jim Zub, you know what the highlight of the evening was for me, aside from getting a comic that turned out to be worth $1,000, is I ran into Jeremy Adams. And had a nice
that's
conversation with him. And Jeremy's another guy who he's always interesting to talk to, always engaging. I don't know why this guy isn't being elevated to, DC's main superstar, because not only is he a great writer, but he's a great personality and he's a great ambassador for their brand. So much better than a Tom Taylor or a Mark Waid, who they seem to focus on.
Which is crazy. I do not understand what. I mean, well, actually, I do. Like Mark Waid and Tom Taylor have the name recognition and the branding with it, but like,
but what are they recognized for? Like you hear Mark Waid and they go, oh yeah, and people hear Tom Taylor and they go, oh yeah, maybe they go, oh, Deceased was all right.
Yeah,
I was just about to say they found. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Josh.
No, I was gonna say it also benefits Tom Taylor and Tom King that they spend like years being like superstar writer, and then they're not doing it with someone who should, they like. As much as pumping up their writers annoys me, because when you're like superstar, what's her fuck? What the he she?
Jadzia Axelrod?
No, not that one.
No. There's
so many.
That one.
The black one.
T. Franklin?
No. Home chick that did
Stephanie
X-Men and Storm.
Williams.
Oh, Vita Ayala? Or?
Vita. That one.
Vita.
I'm going to pull a McCain. That one. They
look
were
at
like,
how many,
superstar writer, Vita Ayala. And we're like, fuck off. But like, they haven't said it with Jeremy, and Jeremy's proven like, oh, he deserves.
Look, if you don't want to say superstar writer, because maybe he hasn't, but like you've used it so loosely in the past, like he more than deserves it. But
right.
How about fan favorite writer? Because
there you go.
He is a fan favorite writer.
Or up and even if you just said up and coming, like that would be.
Yeah,
that's more than fair.
He's written animation. How much animation has Mark Waid or Tom Taylor written?
Ooh,
they're very animated.
But
on Twitter.
Mark, when he's punching walls and walls.
Very animated.
Tom Taylor is very animated when he's on the news talking about how gay his Superman is. So I mean, like,
trying to get that GLAAD award and jump over to Hollywood, get a Netflix deal.
Yep, there you go. I do think it's funny that when Josh was like, who's that one they them, or who's that one bitch, and we all listed like all the autistic black lesbians in the entire comic industry, and he's like, they're all of them, I guess.
Still not enough.
And I love how Vita doesn't have a book out right now, does she? I don't think she does.
She hasn't had one in a while.
So. Yeah.
Not that I know. Well, and that's the thing. It's like once our boy Trump gets back in that White House and things start looking good again, we're gonna start getting them on comics again because they're gonna be able to afford them. At least I think. I don't know. Do you guys feel that might be a realistic sight that we may see with Marvel and DC to hire those?
If they keep
those
cutting
writers?
page rates, if they do,
Right?
Yeah, keep cutting page rates, but like if the economy gets better and then the industry, but the industry has to be healthy. Like people have to be buying things before you can employ, people who can't move the needle at all, and in fact are a detriment to a book. Before you can start doing charity, you actually have to have money to be charitable.
Yeah.
Yes.
Also, if Ghost Machine and Mark Miller keep stealing people, then
can I say something about Ghost Machine? We all need to tell them you need to do some damn marketing.
Yeah,
because I know so many people. So I went to the Joe thing with my buddy Scott, and I was talking about the Ghost Machine stuff, and he's like, "What is that?" He hadn't even heard of it. He goes to the comic book store every week, and he had not heard of the Ghost Machine stuff. And I've heard from more than one shop, just they don't market, and so nobody knows about them. So it's like all just like word of mouth of us trying to push it. And and then maybe people get in because they're like, oh, I do like Gary Frank, or I do like Jason Fabok, and then they'll pick it up. But nobody comes in looking for it because nobody knows it exists. And even the guys, like, I don't see them talking about it that much online even.
No, and I mean, word of mouth does do a lot for a lot of these things, and I would want the comic to speak for itself, which they clearly do. I mean, the quality not only of the paper and the binding itself of the book, but just the quality of the writing and the quality of the art on all of these projects have been really solid across the board. Like I think Jack Frost makes a really good point here. He says we need to get back to comics being made by people who actually love comics and not just people who said, oh, I watched the Captain America's man back in 2011 Z's and I like the Captains of America's and
but I was thinking the whole time why Captain America should look like me.
Yeah, exactly. So we need him to be an underground railroad homeless gay man.
Riding the rails.
Riding the rails with a trash can for a shield. Like that makes sense. But yeah, we do
I've
need to get
never
back
identified more.
Well,
they finally can
finally.
see.
And when you talk about people making comics who love comics, I can't help but think about Neil before Doomface, which you guys should all check out on Kickstarter right now.
100%. There you go. Look at that. That was a good little
good segue.
I learned from Mike Barron, man. Get it in there.
Yeah.
Right.
It's not only for people who love comics, but it's people who respect and almost revere comics, because making comics is really fucking difficult. And these people get into this industry thinking it's just a comic book. Anybody can do that. It's like, no, they can't.
And then they produce comics that they produce comics that read like they were made by anybody.
Exactly. And it's like, you guys should understand, it's really fucking difficult to make comic books, and you need to respect the medium and not only just want to enjoy it, but also understand what you're getting into requires skill and effort and talent, which they don't have. And it's like, okay, respect it.
I will always respect Brian Edward Hill because he came from television to writing comics, because he talked about this very thing. He's like, I've been writing for years. And he made the comment about how comics for him is one of the hardest things to write. And he talked about you have to be so brief and so efficient with what you deliver, but you don't want it to feel anemic. You want it to feel like you're still giving substance. He's like, it's not easy. And people think it's easy. And he's like, once your mind starts getting in the technicality of, I'm going to have this happen on this page, and then you're trying to think of ads and the turn of the page. He's like, once you start doing all that, he's like, it is a puzzle. And you will get in your head about where things should happen or how it needs to happen, and then you're trying to do something like, well, I've got to fill up a page now to make sure this happens where I need it to happen. He gave a really good interview kind of talking about how difficult it is versus just a script for a TV show. So
what have been some of the setbacks that you guys see a lot with people who get into comics and just go like, yeah, this will be easy. Like you just have to write a few like bubbles and then you send it off to a publisher and they just like send it to people, right?
I mean,
that's how you get books like Marvel's White Widow, or you get books
Yep.
like
Yeah.
anything Vita or any of the Stephanies, have written, where it's just nothing matters. The page turns don't matter. There's nothing on the page that like draws you into the story and makes you want to turn the page. It's just a bunch of characters standing around talking about stuff, making bad jokes that barely even qualify as jokes. It's just very much what you get from the mainstream right now in a lot of ways.
Just adapted screenplays. I mean, a lot of cases are just adapted screenplays that don't have comic book pacing at all, and you can tell, okay, this was not written to be a comic book.
Yeah, what do you mean? What do you mean a bunch of pages about people making bad jokes? I don't know what you're talking about. That didn't happen in anything we're going to cover at all tonight.
That's definitely
That's good writing. That's good.
Oh my God.
That's saved the industry.
I am
18 fucking panels on one page of people talking.
And I wanted more.
Wait, show it again, Josh. Show it again.
You think Tom King wrote that? Holy crap.
Yeah, no shit.
I see. This is how little Josh respects it. The way he's folding it, you can tell he has no respect for this book whatsoever.
For anyone wondering, that is Absolute Buttman #2, and man, I was giving Absolute Buttman #1 some grace. I was like, you know what, maybe there's something good here. I don't know how you guys felt about it, but I hated the second issue. There was nothing
for so many reasons.
Yeah,
I was not a fan.
Cringeworthy and like it felt like it was a chore to read, and I should never feel that way with
it's laughably over the top stupid. There's no way to read this other than like not even a good 80s cop bad like Tango and Cash. We're talking like the worst of the worst 80s comedy. It's just so bad over the top, and just you cannot take this seriously. It's not plausible. Everything about it is not plausible. Yeah. And the other thing, we're on the subject of this Absolute Batman. You've given this guy, this Bruce Wayne, pretty much everything to be Batman, except for the money. It's like, okay, wait a minute. So nothing's really different here. He's able to do his Batman stuff without the money still, but so you're just saying
he drives a dump truck. He drives a dump truck, dude. Drew, it's different. It's edgy. It's now.
That's cool.
It's what the kids are into.
It's hip. It's now. It's wow.
Wow.
So I guess you're just saying that. So he could have still wound up being Batman without the money. Is that what you're saying?
Sure. I mean, for Scott Snyder, who knows? I mean,
yeah. So I didn't mean to derail us, but
no.
This book should be called Big Dumb Batman.
Yeah. But you're 100% right, though, Josh. Like that page that you showed us is exactly like I can do whatever I want. I can do comics. This is great, and it's like it reads so clunky and it doesn't flow well. And
shut the fuck up! You're such a two-face. Hurry up and get on so I can count my cards.
Yeah,
you know what it reminds me of? Did you ever guys see when they were making fun of Gotham on College Humor? And just how on the nose everything was. And one of the characters says to the other, "Oh man, you're such a joker." And he goes, "Actually, I'm more of a Riddler." And he looks right at the camera, and then he stands there for a second. Then he goes, "The Riddler. I'm going to be the Riddler."
Wait, hang on a second, Kaiser. This isn't right. Robbie, our Rockin' Robbie, said that Popose's Punisher was probably his favorite. I thought he said the Jason Aaron one and then the Popose one or something like that, right?
God. Yeah, I
think he said Jason's was I think he said Jason's was I.
I mean, considering the source, I believe that is his favorite Punisher.
Yeah. Yep. Oh man,
just a low T, like non-threatening, doesn't make him, afraid.
and so bland, so bland, like zero character. I remember we were on issue 3 and we were still like screaming into our microphone, what is his purpose and why is he Punisher? right? Like we didn't know his motivations, and it was already on issue 3, and we're like, we have one more issue to figure out why he's doing this, and we still don't know.
And I won't care, but obviously,
and even
And
if we do not care.
Obviously, when David Pepose is passionate about something, when like this is what I suspect. I have no knowledge of this. But this is what I suspect. I suspect that Joe Garrison Punisher was something that he was offered, and he had probably refused other dumb ideas from editorial before, and was like, "Oh God, I got to take something." And or else they're going to stop offering me stuff. And then he took that. You contrast that with his Space Ghost, which obviously he is passionate about, and he's killing it on.
Yeah,
and it's night and day. Like it's tough because sometimes you got to do stuff that you're not passionate about. I can't even imagine what it's like to take an assignment from Marvel these days that some dumb assistant editor has come up with the concept for. Like Sarah Brunstad's like, Christos Gage, I got this idea for a team of X-Men that's all Wolverines. And I stole the title. I stole the title from a pitch from somebody else, from a better story. So we'll call it Weapon X-Men. And
I hated that book. Did that come out in 2024? Because as we begin to create our lists for our January end of year, best and worst, that might be on there. Because if you guys remember, Jane Howlett, who was the female Wolverine. Or no, was it Jane?
Bestest Wolverine ever.
She was the bestest Wolverine ever, and told all the other Wolverines why they were sucky comparatively to her. So, man, I might have to put that up there. I almost forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me.
Forget about it. But did you see they announced a real Weapon X-Men by Joe Kelly?
That looks sick, actually.
That's really a good team. Like the team that he's got on there.
Cable,
all right.
Yeah, Cable, Wolvie, Thunderbird, right?
Chamber.
Oh, Chamber.
Yeah, it's that should be fun, and it's Joe Kelly, and he got his title back from Sarah Brunstad stealing it for her stupid project.
There you go. Good to go. Aaron, was there anything else you wanted to mention about the Skybound event before we move on to our next newsworthy event?
No, it was fun, and it was cool to see the G.I. Joe movie on the big screen. It's a bummer that Sergeant Slaughter wasn't there because he's such a big part of the movie. And even Sarge told me when we were hanging out in New York that he would have liked to have been there, would have liked to have been invited. My good buddy Sarge.
Honestly, it's so true. You would leaving that dinner, you would have thought Aaron and Sarge were like longtime friends. It's like, what the hell's going on here? I don't get it.
They made friends instantly.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I've met him before, and he didn't remember where he knew me from.
Oh,
he knew that he knew me, and so we started talking. He was like, "You want to join us?" And I was like, "Hell yes, I want to join you."
You're like,
you would have thought he was there. You would have thought Aaron was there all night. Honestly,
I believe ridiculous. It. Yeah,
that's awesome. I just fold in with
people. Yeah, that's great. Well, unfortunately, we do have to talk about some temper tantrums that happened over the past week. Aaron, I know that this may be tiresome because you've done a lot of videos with Wes on this very topic, but I've got I think I've cultivated the quintessential mass list of almost everyone I could think of, starting with our very own W. Maxwell Prince. Oh no, Josh, what happened?
No, I'm laughing at Drew, who is clearly watching the fight.
No,
these chicks are beating the dog shit
yes,
out of
they
each
are.
other.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It is the best fight of the night so far. It is amazing.
I thought he was gonna throw up at first, but I was like, "Oh fuck, I
can't
do throw
they
up."
Zoomed in. This one chick, she's got this massive gash above her eyebrow, and they're zoomed in on it, trying to do what they can to stop the bleeding. It's bad, but it is.
Dang.
This is an awesome fight.
That's rad.
Good.
Dang,
good
who
PC there.
Yeah. Who are the two women?
I think,
are they like YouTubers or are they actual fighters?
No, they're actual fighters.
They're
man.
fighters.
Oh, okay. All
no,
right.
this is Netflix.
No, they're all just
this is
YouTubers.
Netflix. So are they both actually women?
Yeah. That's a
yes.
good point.
I think so.
Okay, good.
Maybe.
All right. Well, right before the show, I was kind of culminating the cavalcade of different comic book creators who have just been going off recently over the past week. And right before I, finished because I do show notes and I have all the links and everything, I see that Kyle sends me something with just the brief note of just my God, my God. And wouldn't you know it, it's our very own ice cream man, creator, writer, illustrator, W. Maxwell Prince. W. Maxwell Prince. So he has been talking and hyping up his newest book that's going to be coming out, the Ice Cream Man issue that will be talking about school shootings, abortions, most likely immigration. I mean, Kyle, what else has he mentioned that we haven't
Those
already?
are all the worst, most horrible, evilest, most badder things to happen in the United States, and it's only going to get worse now that we have a Nazi in the White House. So he had to put out this into the world to let people know, hey, if you're too scared, don't read this next book, because I understand that it's going to scare you, and it's very, very traumatizing for you to have to see this. So you guys can go ahead and punt on this issue and pick up the next one. That's okay.
Yeah. No, I mean, you took the words right out of my mouth. I'll go ahead and read his post here. But he says, as mentioned in previous posts and subsequently discussed in the comments to those posts, Ice Cream Man number 42 out Wednesday could be triggering for some readers, especially after Harris Waltz lost, and we're now forced to watch as the GOP Trump make a mockery of our institutions, nominating, here we go, this is something, nominating grapists, Russian assets, and vaccine deniers, the last one being responsible for the deaths of almost 100 Samoan children. Look it up! ! For cabinet positions that are meant, all caps, to be the guardrails to our democracy. Now, when he mentions nominating rapists, he's talking about Trump. When he talks about Russian assets,
no, he's talking about Gates. He's talking about, I think he's talking about Gates.
Yeah, he's talking about Gates.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So never mind. Gates. Russian assets, he's most likely talking about Tulsi Gabbard. And then vaccine deniers, he's talking about Kennedy.
Yep.
So, I mean, do we even need to mention the fact that Tulsi has spoken about this at length on Tucker Carlson's show about how her own party turned against her and how it is actually illegal for them to call her a Russian asset, as she is still working in or as battalion commander at her unit, and that they can actually be imprisoned for such slander. And then vaccine deniers, you mean the man who's trying to make America back to its state of health, where we have the highest rate of obesity and the highest rate of heart attacks and deaths in all of the entire world, because of how unhealthy we are, and the guy who wants to actually help that is a
and the vaccine in question. The vaccine in question is not actually a vaccine by the definition of the word.
Yeah, right. and the vaccine in question is also their creators are being sued by multiple states for lying about information that they had about things that it could potentially do to you that it didn't reveal. Yeah,
that's that vaccine. Many countries that are looking into this. Many other countries.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that denier.
Yeah. So I mean, already not looking good. And granted, this just seems like he's been doing nothing but watching CNN and like MSNBC.
Dude, this is full MSNBC. Like
100%.
Which is for sale.
Yeah. You've got like ABC, CNN, MSNBC's way down here. You can't see it.
Yeah. It's all very hard to deal with, and I personally have unplugged from media intake for a bit. Not
bullshit.
True.
No bullshit.
That would be the best thing. That would be the best thing that you could do, but we know what that means. That means that you have basically retreated to an echo chamber where the only media you consume is the media
Blue Sky
backs up your bias. Yeah.
Blue Sky. We're all going over to Blue Sky.
Where Mark Blue Sky, we're all gonna just blow each other over on Blue Sky.
Where Mark Brooks consistently, like each day, he goes, remember everyone to hit that block button, because the block usage on this site is much better than on Twitter or on X. And
God,
like,
what a piece of
why
shit.
would you want to continually live your life just blocking people out of existence?
To have an echo chamber, Max. That's
wild.
Yeah.
Because the only smoke that Mark Brooks can handle is the smoke that's blown up his ass.
Yeah, well, actually, that's
otherwise
true.
he don't want that smoke. Because he can't. Here's the thing about Mark Brooks. Every time he has to defend anything he says, he ends up getting totally beclowned and beclowns himself.
Yeah.
So of course he has to block. Of course he has to like set up his little echo chamber, because he actually cannot debate any of his closely held beliefs, because they're all received opinions.
Yeah, he hasn't actually constructed a worldview based off of what he has researched and read, and he's just kind of ingesting this stuff and spouting it out. But we should listen to him because he's a comic creator. So I mean, definitely,
fear can have a powerful effect on the weak-minded.
Yeah, and that's a great point, because as W. Maxwell Prince goes on to say, he says, "Lest I spend every day worried and miserable as some fresh piece of news takes a bite right out of the center of my heart." My God, man. I mean, the fear and the despair that these people live in is terrifying. I mean, I actually feel bad that all of the creators that we're going to talk about tonight have one thing in common, and that is the overwhelming fear and despair and lack of any sense of hope, even though the world goes on. Like, they woke up today, they put food on their table, they went to work, they supported their family, whatever they had to do, they did it themselves, and yet they're still terrified of each waking moment. And it's just such a sad way to live.
And people who will believe anything that they see or hear. If you told them Wolverine, if Joe Scarborough told them that Wolverines made good house pets, yeah, you would see these knuckleheads having Wolverines as house pets.
Yeah. Salty says, "I'm glad I never bought an issue." Well, the sad thing is he's like
really good.
Very good.
I've never bought this book, so I have no.
But like, this was Josh's top, like, Swan Songs was his
Kyle
best comic of. Yeah, that's
Kyle
right.
And I both had him as different books, but we both had him as our top pick for last year, best book. And I even made the comment of, me being like the snooty little asshole that I am, was like, I don't typically read comics and think that they're literature, but I feel like most of his writing could be construed as literature. And now I want to be like, piss on my own words.
No.
Well, I think the thing that's important to remember, as much as we're gonna tear into this, is that these are people who worship politics. That's their god, and that's all that they have. And because politics are hopeless, and politics cannot, this is why they despair constantly. Our faith is not in politics.
Right.
Our faith is in something larger, something real. And that's something not man-made. And so we wake up with hope and joy even when things seem bleak. They don't have that, because they've got scales over their eyes. They are blinded, and they continue to choose to be blind. And until they hit rock bottom and they wake up, this is the way that they're going to be, and they're going to live with an attitude of fear. And it is really sad, and it is heartbreaking, and it is pitiable. And now, that being said, let's roast the shit out of them.
It is very sad, but I agree with you, Aaron. And then I think, and that's why we see a lot of activists and SJW types within this sphere kind of latch on to these activist movements, because they have nothing bigger or better to sacrifice themselves for, or live for, or give purpose to. Like, when someone who has a certain type of faith, whether it be their religion or their family or their work, their career, they have put their love and their interest and their self-sacrifice into something purposeful and something that betters themselves. But politics is, like you said, so hopeless, and it is something that you will never really be able to control entirely. That you just always feel this pit of despair, and they're always like, "Oh my God, nothing's ever going to be right." And yeah, if you make politics and these politicians your god, then of course you're going to live like this, and that's a sad way to exist. So, anything else on that before? Because I'm just going to read one more paragraph here, and then we'll go to the next one.
Go ahead.
All right. He said, "That all said, if the state of our country is depressing you, if the days are seemingly very long, if this whole ordeal is just too much to grapple with right now, wait to read this issue, or have someone you trust pre-read it for you. or skip it altogether and come back in January for our big guest writer party in issue number 43 with Patton Oswalt and Matt Fraction and all these other
God,
pieces of shit.
and Kelly Sue DeConnick. Yeah.
Yep.
So. And Dennis Camp. Dennis Camp
yep.
is there too.
Oh man, that's
oh my god. So so do we wait and do we just I don't even think I can read these next ones.
It's like, that'll turn you around.
Yeah, right, that'll do you.
Must miss.
Yeah.
No,
if this one put
Kyle,
a bullet in your head, the next one probably will.
Yeah, right. Kyle, he says have someone just pre-read it for you. Can I just have you read the issue to me? Is that okay? Like, would you be able to read me like a bedtime story so I can feel safe and I don't have to? Because this is pretty scary. This is a scary book. So
I'm sure what he's writing in here is so horrifying that you have to have somebody pre-read it for you to make sure it's okay to read about gun violence in schools and abortion.
Yep.
God.
But that's,
what a pussy. Like, I fucking hate this piece of shit. Like, I honestly I have an original page from one of these fucking books.
That's right.
God damn it. And I want to set it on fucking fire.
No.
I really do. And I know it's Martin Morazzo. I love his art. And it's like, all right, at least his words aren't on that page. But it's like when you come out and say this, and this isn't the first post he's made. I pointed out.
He's got to let people know that he's in the club too,
right.
I'm in the club, guys. It's the only thing that matters is our consensus.
Yep. And it's like, hey, I'm one of you guys. Hey, I'm standing up for this. Remember, I voted for Harris.
Remember,
I'm going to put resist in my Blue Sky name so that Kurt Busiek will know that I am one with him.
And then we're all eventually going to climb at the clock tower and start shooting at Trump people.
Oh my god. We've got the man, the myth, the legend, Joe Corallo here. He says, "Isn't there some big boxing match going on tonight?" I don't know. You guys heard anything about that?
Something like that.
I don't watch boxing.
We just finished the ladies match.
Ooh.
Yeah. So that
boxing is.
Ooh, man.
It's a little too toxic for me. I don't know.
It's a little
too toxically masculine for me.
Yeah. Shiny says you guys should watch the Tyson fight. Well, these two are. The two on the bottom here.
I got it on.
I don't have Netflix, so.
Yeah.
I'm Netflix.
Also, I don't really care. So.
Yeah. Kyle's Netflix and chilling over there by himself.
I think it's neat that it's going to be like a shared cultural experience for a lot of people. Like, we don't have too many of those left, so it's kind
of we have real live events and stuff. I'm like, it really is cool, and the fact that if this goes off well, like I'm kind of excited to see what else they can do, and the fact that I don't have to pay $90 for a fucking pay-per-view.
Yeah, right.
Okay with that.
Yeah. That's a really good point.
There's going to be WWE moving over there, Kyle. So you'll be able to see premium live events.
That's right. They're coming to Indy here.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
They're looking to go back to like Attitude Area, but dropping F-bombs and stuff now.
So no way.
I hope so.
They already did it on live TV. They had The Rock dropping F-bombs, and they had to cut. Yeah.
Wait, like Degeneration X, baby? Like, doing the whole...
Well, they had The Rock saying fuck as they were ending an episode.
Yeah.
Wow.
Interesting.
But it was The Rock. The Rock just decided to go with it and do it. And I was
he just
But he's also one of the board members of TKO, so
he can do what he wants. But yeah, no, I'd love to see Degeneration X come back and just start sucking it all over the place.
Phrasing,
China. Yeah.
Phrasing.
Yeah.
Well, phrasing. Sorry. Whoops. Speaking of phrasing, let's see what Richard Pace has to say and what his phrasing is for this. Let me see if I can zoom in here. So on Blue Sky, because they don't want to do it on X anymore, on Blue Sky.
God, that is that fucking name.
During the last Trump regime,
they're blue over here. They're blue over
here.
Yeah. There's hope.
They're not dark and orange. During the last Trump regime, multiple nations warned against traveling to the U.S. for safety reasons, considering all the brutal laws about to land off of Project 2025. Yes. I think the only safe people who can travel there are white cis men who refuse to disparage any dictators to anyone while there. with that in mind, during this regime, may it be shortened by natural causes ASAP. Interesting.
Whoa.
I will only travel to blue states. Red states are clearly overflowing with people driven by their fear, hate, and ignorance, and not worth the risk of my liberty and safety. God.
Richard
There's
Pace,
very few blue states, bro.
Yeah.
Good luck then.
Richard Pace, you should only travel to states where you fulfilled your Kickstarter. Oh, you didn't do that in any state. That's right. You ripped people off. You took their money and you gave them nothing. That's right. You, the arbiter of morality and goodness, who stole from your backers and didn't deliver the project with your 5'2" ass.
I think the only comment that we need is Chris's comment right now.
Chris says, "Who the fuck is Richard Pace?"
Yeah, I mean,
well, he's not in your state, probably.
Hey, you ever wanted to read Jesus and Superman as roommates? We're on the highway to wackiness.
Boy,
it's funny.
It's a sitcom waiting to happen. There you go. When I read this, I thought of the scene in The Ringer when he goes, "When the fuck did we get ice cream?"
I was thinking of A Few Good Men when Jack Nicholson's like, "Who the fuck is Private William T. Santiago?"
Richard Pace reminds me of the little like in Mad Max Fury Road, one of the little dwarf son of Immortan Joe that's like in the sling, just like with the binocular there. Richard Pace reminds me of.
Oh man. Jack says the reason they're leaving X is not because they can't express their opinions, because because you can express yours.
Absolutely.
And it's different.
That nailed it. Nailed it,
and
Jack.
I'm staying on X because you know what? I will take on anyone that wants to come at me. Because
Same.
you know why? I am confident enough in my knowledge of the things that I believe that I can defend them.
Well, I also think it's good because there are times where I'll see something that I don't necessarily agree with, or something that I have to question my own thought process, and I have to go, why do I believe that, right? Or why do I feel that way? Or I read this and I go, all right, let me look more into this and research. But if it's just all the same propaganda that's going to just be coming up on your screen, you'll never have the opportunity to do that. So I am thankful for at least the fact that X still has there are times where I'll read something and I'll go, man, that's actually a really good point. Why do I not think that way, or why should I question that? So
yeah.
And let's not forget that every one of these people that wants to cry about Nazis and fascists and wants to throw those words around was perfectly excited to become brown shirts during COVID. That's the kind of mentality they have. They were super happy at the idea of being able to report on and excommunicate and shun and possibly lock up people who didn't want to get the COVID vaccine.
Yeah. Well, that one woman
who were asking very legitimate questions about, wait a minute, something about this doesn't seem right.
Yeah. That one, I can't remember. I feel like it may have been here in Texas, but that woman just won a lawsuit because they forced her to close down her salon. So she sued and got millions of dollars out of it.
Dude, even Melissa should do that. Oh, sorry.
So I was going to say too, I texted you guys in the group chat earlier. Trump is suing multiple media outlets right now because of the rhetoric that they're putting around him. But if you look at this, what Richard Pace was saying in these tweets, that's why. You've got news outlets saying shit like this that they know isn't real, that has already been debunked. They're saying it anyways. Then people are taking these news sites, which they think and deem are reliable, and quoting it, putting it as if it's fact. And that's what's leading to people to try to assassinate this guy. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that word. My bad, Max.
We're far demonetized, so you're good. You're totally fine. Yeah.
But that's sue them, because these people legitimately think that you have an actual rapist in there, which maybe not. Let's see what those findings were from the committee. But these people actually think Tulsi Gabbard is legitimately a Russian asset because of what fucking Hillary Clinton started back in 2020.
Which blows my mind, dude.
Yeah,
that is
I wish she would have never dropped that case.
Did she actually have a case against Hillary?
She started a case against Hillary and then dropped it because it was at the beginning of 2020 when the pandemic started. And she felt like that's not where her words, I feel like this isn't where resources need to go right now.
Dude, Elon, he's backing Gina. He needs to back her and get that case going again because my God. This is pretty funny. Jamin says, imagine if Musk bought Blue Sky too.
Oh, man.
That would be hilarious.
The biggest troll ever.
And he would do it too.
He would. Oh, just for the memes, he would do it, right? Like not as a good business decision, just for the memes.
Like, if you thought the meltdowns have been bad this past week, that it were to happen, oh my God, next level.
We are not safe anywhere.
Wait, no, the next thing, if what were to happen?
If Elon Musk bought Blue Sky.
Yeah.
That would be amazing.
Yeah.
We're going to MySpace. We're going back to MySpace. It's the only stuff.
Yeah. Our last
are still available.
Our last bastion of hope.
AIM chat. We'll get an AIM chat.
AIM, AOL, Instant Messenger. Kaiser, Tulsi, maybe later, but I think we're gonna see Vance 2028.
Absolutely.
I think Vance Gabbard is certainly a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that would be cool. Yeah,
that would be. Could you imagine that powerhouse for 8 years? Whew. Yeah.
I'm excited to see what Tulsi's going to do as director of national intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We should also turn this back on the liberals about why are they hating on the first Hindi woman.
Yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
Yeah, that's something. Well, that's always the inconsistency, right? Like, and it's on both sides. You get people that are inconsistent in their, when it's our team, it's good. When it's your team, it's bad. So why was Kamala being? Kamala.
Yes.
Why was Kamala being the first Indian/Black candidate? Why was that so important? But Tulsi being the first Hindi woman is not important.
Right.
And by the way, if you want a female president, if you wanted a female president of color, the Democrat Party had Tulsi. They could have backed her, but instead they backed Joe.
Oh, and hey, by the way, Tulsi actually got votes during the primaries when they were both running.
That's right. Yeah.
Kamala did not.
No.
Yep.
If you listen to her interview with Tucker Carlson, how they pretty much slandered her. Like once she didn't toe the party line, they were like, "Your career's done." Like they would go to her at parties and just say, "If you do not back the next, whoever we're putting forth, you better just say bye to politics." Mm-hmm. Like it was because she was one of the first people to came out in criticism of Hillary Clinton. And that's when she got the backlash. So that I highly encourage you guys to watch that Tucker interview. It's incredible.
Well, so let's also
the only reason that Tulsi made it out alive is because she's probably always strapped.
Yeah. Let's also acknowledge they told her if you don't back our person, you're out. She did back their person, and then she was still out.
Yep. So wait, whenever we're referring to Miss Marvel, do we now have to say Kamala Khan?
We should.
No, because I think it is Kamala Khan. I think it is Kamala for Miss Marvel.
But how are we supposed to know any different? If it's Kamala versus
Kamala. We're supposed to listen and believe, Max.
Believe all women, Aaron. Yeah, so there you go. I do want to reread this last part, though, because he says, during this regime, may it be shortened by natural causes ASAP. Like, come on, man. Like, but Jesus.
This is what people are saying. But there is inferences here that they're definitely inferring they want him to die, and he's saying this to cover his ass. But full well he's kind of saying, if you want to take it with non-natural causes, kudos on you.
Exactly. But he says, "I'll only."
As much as I don't like Biden, I never wish death on the man.
No.
I made a joke today about they said oh, would you like to see Gavin Newsom run? And I was like, maybe it was in front of a speeding car. It's like I made that joke, but it's like I don't actually wish death on him.
Right.
Yeah. With Joe, it's too damn funny. I mean, he was like Tug Benson from Hot Shots Part 2. Is watching
it was,
this,
yeah.
Well, watch out for that carpet, Joe.
The word sabotage. What does it mean? No.
The last thing he says here, he goes, I will only travel to blue states. Red states are clearly overflowing with people driven by their fear, hate, and ignorance, and not worth the risk of my liberty or safety. Well, if you guys have seen the map, like most places were red on that map. So there are a very few amount of places.
And Max, we all saw it. The best video of election night was when CNN showed like the sections of the country that Kamala was leading, and it was none.
Yeah, overperforming or anything.
Yes, overperforming. Yeah,
overperforming since last year.
Yeah, it's like I know that you guys are upset that you lost, but maybe you should demand more from your party instead of just blindly falling in line with whoever it is that they put up.
Yeah.
Right. And radical extremism. How about there's more nuance to everything? There's more in the center. That if you were to get to old school Democrat liberalism, it's like, then maybe you might be able to swing a few more people, because that's kind of how life is. Everyone's just kind of in the middle here. Some things it's like, no, we're fucking far left. And if you don't agree with us, then you're just a piece of shit. It's like, all right, good luck.
Well, and here's so like, I'll even throw it back to my old boss. She is as Democrat as you can get, and she lives in California, and she found out that her second grader was pulled aside in school and asked questions like, do you ever feel like you're supposed to be or meant to be a boy? Do you think you may not be a girl and that you might actually be a boy? Like, this is what they're asking a second grade girl. And she's like, whoa, she's second grade. They don't need these types of questions. They don't get it. Like, their mental capacity.
This is when you have to ask those types of questions, because this is when the kids are impressionable and you can make them doubt, you can make them think what you want.
Right? Yeah. But, so that's where she starts having an issue. She's still very much Democrat. She has an issue with that. And then California passes the law that schools can then give gender, whatever forming medication to kids without the parents' consent. And that's when she's like, I'm out. Right there.
Yeah, if I found out somebody was asking my son that in school, I'd probably be locked up, because I'd beat the ever living shit out of whoever asked him that.
Yeah, that's I can see that. Yeah. All right. Well, we still have some more, unfortunately. Now I won't. This one is really quick.
Can I just say one more time that Richard Pace ripped off people and did not fulfill his Kickstarter? Can I just mention that again?
And
in a way, that reminds me of Kneel Before Doomface, because we will fulfill the Kickstarter. You will get your book.
There you go.
How about that? And if you back Silent Nights, you will get your book.
Yeah,
regardless of red or blue state, you can be in any state.
You'll get the know what? Regardless even of who you voted for,
exactly.
Too, you'll still
doesn't
get
fucking
that
matter.
Yeah,
how about that?
Matter.
And I'll sign it for you. And I'll, and if you come up to me at a con, I'll have a nice conversation with you, because who you voted for doesn't matter to me. I don't have to agree with you to love you.
Wow.
There you go. That's a fascinating concept. Thank you, Aaron. I also think that it's fascinating that regardless of who you voted for, the world will still continue to move on. I think there was a comedian who talked about, like, when Obama was in office and people were, going crazy about that. He was going, who's putting a sandwich on your table every single night? Was it Bill Burr?
No,
Okay.
I mean, Bill Burr's not putting a sandwich on my table. I mean, Bill Burr's the one.
I know that.
Yeah, it'd be kind of weird. He'd be like, where'd you get this sandwich on your table? And I'd be like, why are you in my house, Bill Burr?
He's like, hey, Max, I made you this nice sandwich. I cut it in half diagonally, and then I split it in two, and I poured Fritos in the middle, and here's a cold beer. All right, I'm Bill Burr. You have a good night.
Thank you, Bill Burr, I guess. But yeah.
I'd be delighted.
Yeah. And he was basically saying, and by the way, go back Doomface here. He basically said, he was like, you're the one who's doing, like, you're the one who's going to get up in the morning, go to work, provide for your family, put the food on your dinner table. Like, that's who's really going to make the difference. There are going to be different, like, sometimes there are going to be elected officials who will affect your day to day. But for the most part, we may not really see a lot of this happen. Now, for Biden's regime, we did see price increases and everything. We did see wars start in the Middle East and in the Ukraine and Russia. So like we were able to tangibly see that difference. But for the most part, there are very few administrations where we see it like immediately, right? So I don't know. And I think a lot of
government affects your life far more.
Like, yes,
for example, here in California, we're all effed because we're under the rule of Serpentor, Gavin Newsom.
Correct. Yeah, the boot of Serpentor. He is a lizard man. So
yeah, just the dumbest lizard man on the planet. But everything he does affects our lives and makes them worse.
Yeah. Go back Silent Night here as well. And that is a great campaign that your money will be going towards something great and not a war that we should never be in. So, so this one, like I said, I won't belabor the point here with this one because this one is like has been talked ad nauseum, but I would be doing a disservice if I at least didn't mention it. But Mark Wade's tweet where he says, his blue sky. What would you even call that? His cloud? Because in a blue sky, you're going to have clouds, or
well,
like
it's I would say it is a chamber where everyone's smelling their own farts. So there is.
Okay.
I was going to call it his queef.
Yes. That is it. You know what, Kyle? You coined it. That is what the posts on Blue Sky are called.
There we go. So Mark Wade's blue sky queef says, even if by some miracle this turns around, I don't believe in the basic goodness of my fellow Americans anymore. And without this, I cannot write superheroes. He just can't. He can't do it, guys. He just can't.
Can't do it.
There's no point when you see a decline in the quality of my work soon, you'll be able to trace it back to this night. So I hope that Dan Mora and all the people who work with him on all these comics, I hope that they gave him a really big high five and a big thank you for ruining their paycheck.
Yeah, if you're in the chat right now and you're not aware of this, they're getting ready to relaunch Justice League with him as the writer, and he comes out and says this shit. It's like if DC didn't make a call to him about that, there's a problem.
Yeah, but I mean, he's Mark Waid. He can do anything, right?
I'm sure somebody said something to him, and then he went like psychotic bipolar on them, and they're like, fuck.
"Ooh, yeah."
God, seriously, so it's like, this affects your life that much. You're a fucking adult. You have been around for
this man is in his 60s.
Yeah,
he's in his 60s.
How many presidents have you seen? How many changes in the presidency have you seen? It's like, this isn't something new. Like, what the fuck is the matter with you? Will you grow the fuck up? Like, I just don't understand that. Like,
well, this is a guy who's famous for throwing tantrums, for crying and screaming and smashing phones on the floor, laying on the floor and smashing the phone against the floor, or punching holes in walls, or breaking all his little toys in his office when he gets upset. You know, it's like this guy is the Jenna Maroney of comics. Like, just everything is just like, if you do this, then I am going to kill myself.
Yeah, no, really.
I'm sure that he's like
my ex.
Yeah, I'm sure he's had women and he's told him that he's going to kill himself. I'm sure that that's like one of his tactics. He's just an emotionally unstable diaper baby, and he's never going to change. He may very well have mental illness that is diagnosed or undiagnosed, but it's certainly not getting treated. That may very well be a thing because he just seems to have no ability to control his emotions.
None.
And the fact that the comics is the only, it's good that he found comics, because this is the only industry that would put up with that. And I don't know why they do, but it's the only industry that would put up with his behavior. Anywhere else, he would be fired continuously, and then no one would hire him.
Yeah. All these people that are freaking out to these like extreme measures, they're just entitled little pricks.
Yeah.
Like, you have such a good life.
Yeah.
Calm the fuck down.
You're so much better than most of the world.
Yeah.
You're welcome. You're welcome to move to any other country. Flee to Europe like Eva Longoria. Go see how see if you like it there. Go try it out. Nobody's stopping you. Why are you here? Oh, you don't want to pay that tax rate? Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, I was going to say
Canada. Oh, you don't want to pay that tax rate?
Yeah, I was going to say how much you want to bet, like, as soon as like early next year, probably late next year, all of them are going to be seeing their bank accounts increase from how much more money they're going to be making due to lower taxes.
I've already seen my retirement improve.
There you go. Now, do you think that all of these blue sky queefs will go back to Twitter X? Do you think they're gonna?
Yes.
I think eventually, because the problem with blue sky is that there's just no real engagement there.
There's no interaction there. Yeah,
and it's all about attention. It's about this is all performative to a degree. I mean, I'm sure that they are legitimately freaking out because they've worked themselves up into such a hysterical state. But when they don't get the attention for it, that's going to drive them nuts.
Yeah,
that's true.
One of the things that I've seen a lot tonight with just the few creators that we've gone over is the really great point that you guys have all made, which is basically like grow up. And because of your entitlement, like you cannot see how good you have it. I think one of the things that I had to come to a realization is, I'll be completely honest and transparent. I thought Kamala was going to win. Like I was fully ready for.
Yep.
What's up?
You were blackpilled.
Yeah. And I think I was like, you know what? To prepare myself mentally, like, oh yes, Josh.
Just because you're talking about her winning, I'm loving all the liberals that are having a total freak out right now about what the fuck? How do we have 18 million less votes than we did in the last election? And they're all trying to figure it out, and they're slowly conforming to this. Like,
you're like,
maybe we actually did steal.
Yeah,
but we can't say that.
But then now all of them that are like, I think all the Republicans like stole and hid our votes, and I'm like, are you election denying what happened? Are you an election denier? Is that what's happening? That seems awful odd.
I read on your Twitter that's treason.
Yes, that's true. Yeah. But yeah, with that being said, because I was like because I was on the fence, and Josh and I, we stayed up super late watching the election and seeing everything. I think we all did, honestly. I remember texting all you guys at the point where I was like, man, I really think that Kamala will win this thing. But in like the reason why I say that is because I knew that the next day I still had to go to work. I still have to go to, it's a Wednesday. I still have to go to work. I still have to make money. I still have to support, like myself and my family and things like that. I was still like, yeah, if she gets elected, like, cool. All right. I guess we'll just move on. Right. Like there's nothing I can do to change that. I voted and I did my part. And ultimately, like, we'll continue fighting, and that's great. But like, there's really nothing else. What am I going to do? Sit here and pout and not go to work and call, I can't go into work today because I'm sad about the election. Like, that is insane to me. And I feel bad that I can't get to like finding the empathy there to understand why people also have that. But I think it may come back to the point that we were making earlier about like some people have nothing else to live for except for politics, and they make their entire religion and their whole world politics, so that when something like this does happen, they just shut down. So, but all that being said, let's go to our next creator. Now, this one wasn't so much of like a deranged meltdown or anything, but it really did surprise me because this creator really never gets political and pretty much stays consistent in terms of the quality of his work. He never lets it really affect his mood or his work. But this was on one of his live streams the other day. He was really quiet and kind of dour and depressed. This is Daniel Warren Johnson on his YouTube live stream, but he kind of starts talking to the chat, and he's like, I'm feeling depressed today, and he kind of looks over and he goes, "You all know why." So I'll kind of play this and we'll see. Yeah, it's like a child. Like when someone goes like, "Oh, what's wrong, Timmy?" and he goes, "You know why." It just seems
I don't
like
know why. Is he depressed because he wanted Trump to get more electoral votes and kind of more of the popular vote? Is that why?
I did. I wanted that popular vote to be higher.
Yeah, I call Kyle. Kyle, we won, dude, and he's like, I don't know. I wanted
not enough, barely.
I
mean, look, I stayed up and I watched the results come in. I didn't think they were going to come in. I thought that, I was like, oh, okay, what are the snafus going to be? Where are those, sudden drops going to come in? Because, at the time Trump was leading, and I was like, when is 2020 going to repeat itself? And, you started to see it like, 3 trucks worth of votes are coming in, after midnight.
Oh yeah.
You saw that happening in Pennsylvania, and I was like, here we go. And so it's like I was watching, and then when they called it, I was like, oh wow. I can go to bed without wondering, but if it would have gone the other way, if they would have said, that she won, I would have been like, okay, well, I mean, I guess bread lines are maybe in our future, but I still got to get up and do what I got to do tomorrow. Just like in 2020, when I was like, oh, this is gonna be bad, but you still gotta keep moving forward.
And that's it's such a great point. Like you can you kind of pull up your bootstraps and you just go, all right, another day. And there was a part of me that was like, you know what? We're still the rebellion, right? Like, because I figured if we didn't win and the popular vote went to her and everything, like, and we just didn't have a chance, I would have just been like, man, so all right, we're still gonna have to keep fighting, right? Like, we're still gonna have to keep charging forward and like looking towards our faith and looking towards the things that give us purpose. And we're gonna get through this, right? But man, just the lack of sensibility and the utter despair that these people feel is just, it's so sad.
You know what? I will continue to feel joy. My opinion was I will continue to feel joy in the gulag.
There you go.
I will continue to feel joy and sing praises as I'm beheaded for not taking the mark. It's like, that's just where we're at.
It just shows how easy their lives are. Honestly, if that's their biggest, if that's their biggest disappointment, the biggest complaint, that shows just how easy they have it.
That's a really good point.
If they had to go fight their party's wars, I think that their opinions might be a little bit different.
Yeah, that's true. Mm-hmm. So Jamin, this is a really good point. He says, I'm okay with, talking about DWJ, expressing his thoughts as long as those thoughts do not spill over into his story. Now I agree. The only difference here is he says something to the effect of, he feels that basic human decency is not a popular trend anymore. And to me, that sounds like him saying, everyone who voted for Trump is not a basically decent human being. And that makes me furious.
Right.
Because
and that's the difference between the left and the right. Because or most conservatives can say, I don't agree with Kamala Harris's, beliefs, systems, whatever she wants to do to try to fix the country. I don't agree with what Joe Biden is doing to the country. I am never once would come out and say, if you voted for Joe Biden, you're a fucking asshole and you're a loser. You don't deserve to live. It's like, the left tend to demonize anybody that has voted for Trump, not just Trump, but anybody who has voted for him and anybody who quote unquote shares these beliefs. It's like, well, then you're all wrong. You're all evil. Mm-hmm. You all need to be expunged from this world. It's like, you're attacking the voter. You're not attacking the politician. It's completely ridiculous how that one side, but it's completely justified in their point of view because the media carries the water and says this guy is a Nazi and anybody who's with him is a Nazi.
Yes. And that's what kind of made me upset. Cause like when he first comes on here and he goes like, oh, I'm upset, but you guys know why. I was like, oh man, like I felt bad for him. I was like, man, this is really hitting him hard. That sucks. But then he goes, I just feel like basic human decency isn't in style anymore. And I was like, wait, hang on a second, man. Now, are you really going to attack your fan base right now because we voted differently? Aren't you guys supposed to be the ones that are so open-minded and so optimistic and so like, empathetic towards everyone's plight that you can like see where we're going? But no, like you said, we're demonized now because we think a certain way. It's so pathetic. But I'll play this and it's the volume's really low. So let me know if you guys can't even hear it. But I'll play this a little bit and we'll see if we can hear it.
Well, there's not much to say as to why I'm feeling bad, but we all know the reason. I'm feeling really discouraged and seems like being a good person is out of style.
Being a good person is out of style?
He has it so good right now. He has it so damn good. Jesus.
What is it about child sacrifice on a scale that has never been seen before that is basic decency?
Right.
I understand the arguments. I really do. But at the end of the day, what is it about that is basic human decency?
Yeah. It's really hard to get to to meet these people on that level, to be like, show me where there's human decency there. Like you said, it's really hard to find commonality nowadays, but I still want to. I still want to try and get there, but
yeah, I mean, I do too. Like, I don't want to, I don't want to be at odds with people that I love,
Right.
politically or just in any way. Like, I want to be able to find common ground, and I thought that in comics, for the longest time we did have that, because it didn't really matter until everything became about politics, and everything became about what you personally think on every issue, and having to be in a lockstep on every issue. It used to be to be like, hey man, it doesn't really matter what what your beliefs are. Do you love comics? I love comics. Let's talk about comics. Let's share our love of comics. When I was at San Diego this year, a long time person that I consider to be a friend, and I don't know, maybe now that maybe the fact that I didn't care for Kamala, maybe that precludes us being friends anymore. But they came over and they were almost gleeful. They were like talking about Trump, and they were like, he's going to lose to a black woman, and then he's going to go to jail. And they were so like gleeful about it. I was like, I don't identify with this at all. And then I even had a friend in the car with me, and she was like, I was talking about it. I said, I think this is the problem. I think this is the problem the country will face if we have 4 to 8 years of Kamala Harris, the continuing the policies of Biden, and like probably even worse. And she was just like, well, she's going to win, right? And I was like, I don't know that. I don't know that at all. And I said, I'm reading the tea leaves. I said, I look at a bunch of different factors. You're just listening to the mainstream news that's telling you that she's going to win. So it's all hopeless and or there's no point in thinking any differently. I said, but I don't think she's going to win. I said, unless there is some massive cheating, I don't see it happening. And guess what? I was right once again. And I've been right so many times with this friend. And yet she just like refuses to ever go, maybe you're onto something. But it's like, yeah, I don't live in that bubble that you live in. I don't live in that bubble of actors and artists and things like that are all far left. I certainly have those bubbles, but that I'm in, but also I'm in bubbles with regular people and regular blue collar people. And I know what the different concerns of different people are, and I've seen them. And so I gather all that, and then I kind of like put it all together, and I like try to read the tea leaves. And I think that's why everybody's so shocked, that's on the far left, is because they only know people that are on the far left, and they excommunicate anybody who isn't far left. Yeah. So they get a very unrealistic picture of the world. And then they say things like Daniel Warren Johnson, like, I guess human decency just isn't, because everybody they know thinks exactly like them, and they think they're a good person. I don't think I'm a good person. I don't think in and of myself that I am a good person.
We all have our
example that I follow
that
makes me want to be better, and makes me kinder, and makes me more loving, and makes me more tolerant. But if I just left myself to my own devices,
if I just followed what the world told me was important or purposeful, I would be totally corrupt and morally bankrupt.
Just another narcissist, only out for yourself.
But so yeah, it's definitely sad to see. I mean, like the whole stream was like that, where he was just like, I guess I'll just draw something. It's just like, no one wants to watch this. He also then goes on to say like, yeah, I know it's coming from me, who's a white guy. And I was like,
oh, geez.
Daniel,
fucking pussy.
I was like, the second you say that, you know how patronizing that sounds, because you're saying that everyone who's a minority is lower than you or something like that. Oh, because you have it so good. Now, Drew, you made a really good point. He's got it made in the shade. The type of original art that he sells for $10,000 to $15,000 doll hairs, like a day, he's fine. He's doing fine because he's talented. He works hard. But
and
I think
it has nothing to do with his skin color or his gender. It has to do with his talent and his ability.
Yep.
He has earned what he's got based on merit and hard work.
There you go.
Correct.
I did want to read this comment though, because I echoed this gentleman's sentiment. But this guy says, Daniel, I think you are a very good person, But if you think that people should vote for the same person as you in order to be good people, maybe you need to reconsider your way of thinking.
Yes,
That's solid.
100%.
I was like, wow.
Did he respond to that or no?
He didn't say a thing.
Shocking.
So there you go.
I know lots of people that I consider to be good people who didn't vote the way that I did.
Right? Yep. Me too.
You know,
See, I would
consider
say
them to be compassionate, decent people.
Right.
DWJ, he doesn't fall under the DEI. He falls under the MEI, which is merit, excellence, and intelligence. That's what he falls under.
Well, now I'm questioning
maybe the intelligence.
Well, to a degree.
Yeah. So I guess the fight is starting. Drew, you got any updates for us?
They're walking in. Well, Logan Paul took in a Chrysler thing on I don't know what the hell he took in. It had like a pigeon in the back in a cage, and his brother spraying Axe body spray on him. It was weird.
What? Are they drinking Prime? Are they making sure to drink
That's
Prime?
what it looked like. But you know what Mike Tyson's doing? He's walking in. He's not taking a car in. Mike's walking.
You're behind.
Is
They're
this
already in the ring
is
right
this like
now.
Homer versus Dredrick Tatum?
Oh, we're behind.
Yes.
We're behind.
Hey, you're behind.
Apparently
He's in the
we're
ring right
behind.
now.
They're already in the ring. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Tyson's coming in and do, I'm gonna knock you out.
Oh.
and Jake is coming into, why can't
Can't
we be
friends?
friends?
Oh,
Why can't
no.
we be friends?
You know who I want to be friends with? Mark Brooks over on Blue Sky. I want to follow Mark Brooks over to Blue Sky.
Tough guy, Mark Brooks. He will totally fight you at a con until you show up, and then he will call security.
Dread Pirate Mark Brooks. Yeah.
God, what a fucking
The way I feel leaving Twitter. Yeah. Take that.
Got us on Twitter.
Damn, got him.
Such a big man.
Yeah. All his queefs are about Blue Sky and leaving Twitter for Blue Sky. Is this the one that no?
It's like, look, honestly, look. So I'm not on Twitter or Blue Sky. I'm on just Instagram and Facebook, and I'll post occasionally.
How are you younger than me and you're on Facebook?
Look, all I'm gonna say is, if you're spending this much fucking time posting day after day, hour after hour, minute after minute, you have a pretty fucking good life. All right.
Yeah.
That's all I got to say.
Yeah, you're doing pretty good when all you have to do is make Disney characters of Black Panther and Marvel characters, and just post about MAGA.
Can I say this though? As much as I think that Mark Brooks is a colossal vagina, I do like his Disney art. I think it's the best stuff that he does. It's much better.
It looks great, right?
Yeah, very wet looking covers for Marvel.
Everybody's wet. Mm-hmm. Yeah, giggity.
But his
what's his Buddy Christ thing? I gotta see that.
Oh no, do I dare?
If these girls didn't have sex, they wouldn't get pregnant. By a religion founded on a girl who didn't have sex and got pregnant. Oh, that's so clever.
Good one.
I haven't heard that before. Very good. Good for you.
Okay, well, bring me all the other girls. Bring me all the other girls that have not had sex and got pregnant.
Yeah.
Hey, you know who would post something like this?
A retard.
Yeah, that too. But another retard that you so lovingly refer to as a shaved ape.
Oh,
he
yeah,
would
very
definitely
true.
post something like this.
He probably already has.
That's probably where Mark got it from. So.
Yeah.
We should be more worried about settling some of those harassment suits.
Ooh.
Not enough.
The amount of vitriolic, irrational cruelty I am seeing on a regular basis from conservatives since Tuesday is alarming on a level that I can only imagine existed almost a century ago. I feel these people really won't be satisfied until there's literal grape and murder of liberals in the streets. God.
Go back and look at what some of your peers said in 2020 when Biden
past
won.
8
Go back and look
years.
at that. Go back and look at that. You hypocrite.
Yep.
He's a moron. He's an absolute moron. And that's the thing is that these people, and we've seen this all night, they make up these own disparaging stories in their own heads, and it's like he's gonna imprison us all, he's gonna kill us all. Oh my god, it's like this
Well,
like
it already happened in
terrible-
2016, Max.
It
Don't you remember?
did. You're right, Drew.
That's right. I'm still dead from net neutrality.
Yeah. I'm so glad I was taken out of the like the concentration camp that I was in, that he put me in. Like,
I'm
what?
so glad I'm no longer in that conversion therapy camp that he's going to everyone.
Well, he's gonna put you right back in January, Josh. Be
I
ready
know.
to get
Right,
round
Josh.
up and put there.
Despite being the only president who went into office, already
Listen,
supporting
if
gay
it's
marriage,
anything
and
like
promoted the gay man to the highest position a gay man had ever held in the cabinet before, Richard Reynolds.
if it's anything like Ridley depicted of Superman, then you know what? I'll take it. I'll take it.
Slavic says
Well, I
Mark
mean,
Brooks
you
would
will
fit
take
well
it
in
if
the
it's
movie.
if it's like Ridley Superman. Whether you want to or not.
Ooh, Chris coming in with that. Another member of the channel. He says, "Here we go. Let's go, Mike."
Yeah, he's
Iron
coming out
Mike
strong.
Tyson,
Mike's coming out
baby.
strong. He's coming
Oh,
out
is he?
pretty-
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Let's get a play-by-play, Drew, while we're pulling up the next.
That's
Drew,
Mark
turn your
Brooks.
camera around
Yeah.
so we can see what's happening.
Yeah, scream it from yours.
Stop pulling up
That'd be
me.
amazing.
By the way, I
Sure.
like black and white Drew. I think that's working.
Oh, Mike
Um,
is Mike is getting good. He's getting good and low on Paul, which is awesome.
He needs
he's got that height
he
advantage.
needs that low center of gravity, the leverage to come up with that undercut, and just right under the old chin here.
Yep. Oh, Mike is dodging his punches. He is doing a great job avoiding them.
Oh,
so
good.
far.
Okay. Oh, yes, literature. Thank you so much. While we're getting some play-by-plays, I'm so sorry I forgot about your super chat. Now I don't know what denomination of like money this is or currency this is.
It's a manga currency.
It's
What do we
lira.
have?
It's lira.
It's a $2 American.
Yeah, $2.
It looks like
2 cents.
$200. Woo! Yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you so much, literature of imagination. I love it.
All right. One's over. I think
So much.
round one. I think Tyson took the first round.
Oh, good. All right. Whoa, it went past the first round. That's scary though, because I don't think he's
For 2
he's gonna
minutes.
be gassed.
2 minute rounds.
Yep.
He's still gonna be
Don't
gassed,
get gassed.
man.
Don't get gassed.
No, Mike's not gassed. He
No?
looks
He's-
good.
He's all right.
He's not sweating.
Okay. Literature says, non-topic question. I love Faybox art better than Jim Lee. Woo! Yeah,
Bullshit.
already I'm loving this.
Yeah, I mean, already.
Raw.
A man of some taste.
That's a good stick.
He
Man
does
of
have
culture.
taste.
Clearly hasn't
He
seen
goes-
Jim Lee's art, but that's all right.
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
Get him.
I too am a man of culture. He says, I want to support him and buy his books, but if I buy his DC work, absolute 3 Jokers, would DC pay him any royalties or keep it to themselves?
He would get his royalties.
Yeah.
Would he? Okay.
Yes.
Now, what if he were to buy like Batman 3 Jokers on eBay or something where it's just going to a customer?
Then no, he's already gotten his
Okay.
royalties for that because
All
it's
right.
already been purchased.
Okay.
Basically, like
I-
you buying it from wherever you buy it from is not going to put a royalty in his pocket. The royalty in his pocket already came from whatever retailer bought the book from
Bought the book.
DC.
Yep.
Mm,
That's already in his pocket, or
Cool.
will be in his pocket
Alright.
depending on when they bought it.
good
Stay
deal.
low, Mike. Stay low. Come on.
Well, thank you. Thank you
there
for
we go.
the info. Literature. I hope that helps, brother. And really, thank you so much for the super
Come on,
chat.
Mike.
Oh, it's Indian rupees, maybe.
Hmm.
Okay. All right. Salty says, want a comic written by someone without their soy in their veins? Check out Kneel Before Doomface and Silent
Ooh.
Nights.
Nice.
You guys are gonna love if you want characters that aren't soy. You're gonna love Kneel Before Doomface. You're especially gonna love Colonel
There you go.
Silverstreak. There is not a bit of
Yeah.
soy in that man.
I want to retoxify masculinity on my shirt,
Come on.
all over.
Drew, mute yourself.
Sorry.
Yeah. Get him, Mike. Get him, Mike.
No, I like it. I like the.
I like, yeah.
It's
I like
just-
the,
it's just great seeing Mike. He's avoiding these punches. He's getting in low. It's awesome.
So you think he might win by decision?
It's good.
It's gonna go to 8 rounds. I hope not.
There's no way he lasts 8 rounds, bro. He's gonna be gassed by round 3.
He's keeping up. I mean, he's still pretty damn quick.
Playing. I mean, he's doing well. I got
his punches are connecting.
All right. The fact that Jake Paul is still not knocked out, though, that's respect. I gotta give it.
It is.
I mean, just getting into the ring with Mike Tyson, I gotta give the guy respect.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, I hate the kid.
Yeah,
but I mean, yeah, like I can't stand him. But yeah,
people give shit to CM Punk for getting his ass kicked in UFC, but it's like he had the balls to get in there. So
yeah,
100%, man.
I wouldn't.
Yeah. All right,
that's it. Especially rounds, Iron Mike.
2 rounds in. I think the second round probably may be a split. I don't know. It's gonna be tough. I'm not sure if Mike got the second round. What do you think, Kyle?
Yeah, I don't think Tyson landed as many punches in the second round as he did in the first.
No.
So yeah,
but was he still on the offensive in that second round?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
Okay. Another queef that we've got from good old Dread Pirate. He says, "I don't know if the elections were fair or not, but something doesn't smell right." I keep telling myself that. Well, it is a queef, so I mean, yeah. I keep telling myself that if I was so adamant that the 2020 was fair, I don't have any right to question this one just because it didn't go my way. I trusted the institutions when we won, but now I question it.
I mean, you know what? I will give him credit.
Yeah,
for a certain amount of self-awareness with that tweet.
Sure.
For sure, yeah.
There's nothing wrong with questioning election. There should be okay. There is voter fraud. It's just to the amount at which it's actually able to skew an election. That is what's up for debate. There's always been fraud. It's just what is the amount?
It would be weird if there wasn't fraud.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a very good point. He also goes on to say, malignant narcissist sociopaths. Wow, that's will often attract each other for camaraderie and to feed off each other, but their disorder that attracts
we call that blue sky.
I was gonna say, aren't you there?
Wait a second, you're on that platform.
Come on, Mike.
But their disorder that attracts them also causes quick conflict between them as the fight for dominancy. Save this post, Elon and Trump will be at each other's throats within a year. Oh my God.
I love it when people say save this post because I do.
And
then you're like, a year later and I'm like, this you?
Yeah. Weird. Seems a little odd. He also says, since this post is getting a bunch of attention, here's a few more suggestions. You can block words like MAGA, Trump, Elon, etc. in your dashboard. You can also unpin your post from a quote tweet or a queef if a MAGA tries to dunk on you. Just use the 3 dots at the top corner of the tweet. But he's literally instructing people how to block people by using the... Gosh. Okay.
In other words, if you want to create an echo chamber, this is how you do it.
Yeah.
And when it's like when the MAGA tries to dunk on you, no, they dunk on you, which is why
they will.
You have to block.
They will. He also says, MAGA is going to chase you over here. They'll chase you wherever you go on social media. They can't survive without making you miserable. Why do you think Truth Social failed? They need conflict.
They have power to make you miserable. Why do they have that power? Mark Brooks can't make me miserable. He could come at me all day long, and it would not make me miserable. Nope. You know why? Because you don't matter to me.
And you never will. Buddy.
So, third round just ended. I think Paul took the third round on that one. He just came out swinging. Mike was on the defensive in that round. He was slowing up in that round, and this next round, I think if Paul comes out hard again, Mike may lose this one in the next round. I think.
But just that it's Mike that comes out hard all the time.
Should be.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's the thing is that Mike should have come out really hard that first round and tried to knock him out, because if he didn't knock him out in the first or second round, the win goes to Jake. I mean, it's just. Unfortunately,
this fourth round, I think this is where I think it's going to start changing. I think this is where,
but that was probably Paul's game plan. Like that's what him and his coach probably practiced. Survive
whatever may occur.
Right. Yeah. Stay alive, survive the first 2 rounds. And
Don't
then
get
3 and
close.
4.
Do not get close to Tyson.
Just keep running
Right.
around.
I mean, Tyson,
circles
he
and-
has that. I mean, that right hand is here. It's like the question is when he gets tired and that hand
starts falling. He's
it's
dropping a
that,
little
you
bit,
got
and
a
then
problem.
but you see, Paul is keeping his distance right now. He's
yeah.
because he knows.
does he have a larger reach?
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
Paul has like a what 4-inch longer reach, I think.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's like when we talked about Godzilla versus Kong, where I said, Kong's got the reach, but if Godzilla can get in there, get in the pocket.
Yeah.
He's got him.
So he goes on to say, don't give it to them and don't engage. Blue Sky has amazing block functions. Block them into the void. Okay. Man, Blue Sky really is just going to be the complete and utter
The swamp. It's gonna be the swamp.
Yeah. How many
Yeah.
times does this guy queef a day? Jesus Christ. Look
Yeah,
at all
a
this
lot.
shit.
He's
Yeah,
squeezing
he's just-
a lot.
Man, he's
What do you
squeezing
do
over the
all
place.
day, you lazy fuck? Will you just do
That's what I'm
some
telling-
work?
That shows you just how good he has it.
God.
Yeah.
I tweet.
So
a
I
lot,
mean,
but, like with what I do, I have to wait for things to process in what I do. So it's like I'll
Mhm.
set something in motion and then I have to wait for it, and then I'll tweet, and then I'll because I'm like, okay, what am I going to do with the next 2 minutes?
Right.
But like this guy should be working on art all day long.
yeah.
Yeah.
I thought this was funny. He goes, watching these guys get banned in the sun as fast as they can sign up. Thank you, Blue
on,
Sky.
guys.
But I love the comment that this dude sent him. Block me, my ninja.
Okay, so real
That's
quick,
good.
the 4th round just ended. It was a strange ending. Like no one really took the offensive in those last few seconds. Paul backed off, and like it was very strange. I'm like, I don't know if he's gassed or what. What do you think,
mean,
Kyle?
Paul has, I mean, not quite like legitimate damage, but I mean, Tyson's getting some hits on the head, and Tyson still
He looks
form
good.
Looks
Yeah.
damn good. I mean,
Wow.
he looks like a guy who has been boxing
His
his
for
entire adult life.
3 decades, yeah. Or
Yeah.
no, 4.
Yeah, and
4 or
Paul's
5
been
decades?
boxing for 4 years.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just
But
still
yeah.
impressive. 4
Yeah.
years. I mean,
Well, when you have all the money in the world and you can devote
literally everything.
devote everything, your time, your money, everything to boxing, within 4 years you can do some damage.
Clearly, you can see it. What 4 years and unlimited funds can do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'll have your own
And
chef.
Shyamalan said
your
that
own-
he could do anything, if he just had enough time to devote to it. He could be the best basketball player in the world if he just had enough time.
That's true.
Who?
I'm not Shyamalan.
Okay.
And he could.
Yeah.
It's like, well, you've devoted a lot of time to movies, and those aren't very good.
I'd say almost
Oh,
all of
whoa.
them suck.
So we looked at
Oh my
W.
God.
Maxwell Prince, Richard Pace, Danny
Richard
Warren
Pace,
Johnson,
Mike-
Mark
okay,
Wade,
yeah.
Mark Brooks. I still have Cy Spurrier, Coley Hamner, Kelly Sue, Tess Fowler, and Adam Hughes.
Jesus.
Let's go,
Christ.
man.
All right,
do
I'll
it.
pull up Cy.
Commence with the ugliness.
I'll try and make it as quick as possible, and maybe some of these we may not have to go over, but Size was really just kind of underwhelming. I found this kind of last minute, but
Well,
he says would be
much like all of his writing.
yeah, that's very true. So there you go. Very apropos. Would be really nice if we could skip the part where everyone on the losing side spends 4 years blaming everyone else on the losing side for not doing it right, quote unquote, and instead jump straight to the part where we all get back to work with teeth gritted to resist the fucking monsters.
Yeah, but you
Alright,
guys won't do
so-
that because you guys can't help but stab each
No.
other in the back because that's your
No.
way.
You can't just get to work and do your fucking job. It would be nice.
Because they will continue to complain and blame others, and they'll continue to do what he just did, which is like something that Josh, you've mentioned plenty of times, rhetoric. The more you keep calling us monsters and Nazis and white supremacists, you will never win. Like, it's just not going to happen if they continue to use the rhetoric of, we're gonna fight against the fucking Nazi monster, bigots. It's like, yeah, no, that doesn't work, my man. Sorry.
You know
All right,
how
fifth-
Democrats require minority votes to actually get their candidates into office.
Mhm.
You guys should definitely keep talking about how everybody else is racist, but then denigrating Latinos and blacks who voted for Trump. Will
Yeah.
certainly help you make your case that you guys are the ones who care.
Yeah.
So 5th round just ended. I think Paul, he connected with one or two more punches than Mike did. I don't think Mike really connected with many, but Paul was keeping his distance, otherwise. But I think Paul. I forgot Mike landed a good one on the jaw. But I think this may be a split round for round 5. He's still keeping his distance from him.
You know what's going to happen?
Wouldn't you?
You know what's going to happen? If this is fixed, it's going to be a draw.
Well,
If this is a fixed fight,
then they're going to do the rematch.
exactly, and get even more money. See, it's all in the game. I'm telling you, it's fixed.
Only in America.
Yeah, rematch would be Mar-a-Lago.
There you go. Slavic says or phobes or ists. 100%. Yeah, exactly.
I don't know what this is for.
Oh,
This
what
is
you
like
got?
a piece from the this is like a piece from the Ghost Rider bike, but like
maybe
look,
it's his hat.
Just
but look, I mean, here's the bike. Like he's on the bike.
Ooh,
That's
wait,
so
hang on a
cool.
sec.
God, I love that bike. I love the front
Yeah.
of that fucking bike. As a kid, I fucking loved it.
Yeah, I mean,
God.
it's weird that there's no weren't there headlights in there? Like,
Yeah, there were. It lit up.
Yeah, lit up.
yeah,
Yeah.
okay, so like that's not here. That's not part of it. So I'm gonna have to
Hang
move
on,
it.
Whoa.
let me pull up because that first issue
1. He's on the bike. Yeah.
Let me pull it up and we'll see.
Oh, I see what this is. Okay, so this is a little piece that you put in if you want to make the bike rear up.
Oh.
So,
Oh,
but how does it go in?
that's what I say on a daily basis with the women that I'm with.
How does this?
Oh man.
How does this go in?
They're both gassed. It's round 6, 10 seconds
Yeah.
left. Oh man.
I mean, Paul more so than Tyson.
Yeah, he's breathing out
Really?
of his mouth.
Yeah.
Heavy breathing out of his mouth. And
Oh, I see what I did.
Mike is looking
so
good. Mike is still
he
looking good.
is. His form is
No,
good.
no headlights. Well, I mean, I guess they're there, but they're not on. So, but now, do you guys like this Ghost Rider more? Do you like the Danny Ketch more than the who was the first one?
Johnny
Remind me
Blaze,
again.
absolutely.
Johnny Blaze,
Johnny Blaze.
yeah.
Yes.
Big time.
You like Danny Ketch better?
Yeah.
Yeah, when I was a kid, that was my Ghost Rider. Obviously, when
Yeah.
I was growing, I was like, that's what I remember.
Yeah. Okay.
You
So
know-
look, when you put it all together, that little flame piece holds it up, so he's doing a wheel. You can make him do a wheel.
Oh, that's sick.
wheelie.
Okay,
That's
that's
cool.
cool. I like that.
I mean, here's the thing. I mean, I understand like Johnny Blaze was the first one, but if you really, I mean, I respect the artist, I respect the stories, but if you look back at that art from back in the day, it looked fine. There's nothing really. I mean, he looked kind of cool, yeah, but it wasn't until Tex and Howard Mackie came on board with this, and they really made a kick-ass motorcycle, the kick-ass chains, the cool-ass leather jacket, and the pendants. They made Ghost Rider badass.
Yeah.
In this.
That really was a defining series. The Tex art, and I think what's interesting is that that Ghost Rider series, the Danny Ketch one, I don't think really gets as much praise as it should. But it is. I mean, it's something else, man. I really do love it. And then
They just
the
col-
Midnight
they just-
Suns right after that.
They just
They gave a
collected
really
an
good rogues
omnibus.
gallery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, they
and
did
gave-
a omnibus. Okay.
Yeah.
and they gave Ghost Rider a decent rogues gallery.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, because the Johnny Blaze, like even off the top of my head, I mean, even with all my comic knowledge, I'm like, the Orb, like that's like all I can think of. And then I remember, like for a while, like Jesus showed up.
Yeah, I think it was Jesus, right?
Oh.
Wasn't he the big baddie for a while?
Well, they
Oh,
didn't. No, I remember in the original series, Jesus was in the book, but they changed the name because they didn't want to offend Christians. It
That's
was
right.
clearly Jesus.
Wow.
Yeah, he kept showing up. He kept showing up, and like when Mephisto would show up, or the devil, and then Jesus would show up and like run him off, and it was like, who is this stranger? And it was clearly Jesus.
It's like,
Yeah,
he was the carpenter or something.
That'd actually be like a cool wrestling name for Jesus. Here he comes, the carpenter. He's bringing the hammer.
What is he doing with those tables? He's building some sort of rudimentary lathe.
Jack says, we used to host Mark Teixeira at our table at San Diego Comic-Con. I can tell you more stories about that guy. Hell yeah, man.
Oh, we all have stories.
Yeah.
Mark does. No one does a remark better than Mark does. His remarks are the gold standard. They are amazing.
Better than Stephen Platt?
Oh, 100%.
Nothing's better than Stephen Platt. It's well worth every penny I paid for that. Best remark I ever had.
Yep, I believe
we'll
it. I remember.
I got a photo. I'll send you. He did some for me, Max. So you can share him.
Ooh, okay.
Dude, this goes.
I think I sold all my Tex remarks that I had.
Wow. Of course you did.
This is better than the Mezco Ghost Rider that I have.
Oh, nice.
That one totally lights up, like all the flames light up, and you can even turn on the little thing in his neck, and the flames on his head flicker. The light inside flickers, so that it gives it a. But this is really nice, really and it didn't cost me, nearly as much.
What was it? There's a sideshow. It's either a sideshow or an XM Studios statue, and it's like a 1/4 statue of Ghost Rider, and that thing goes for like $6,000 to $10,000 right now because it's all sold out, and it's like there's like no reproduction on it, but it's one of the best statues to own. That one is really cool, and it's doing the same thing. He's like popping a wheelie, and all the flames are coming off of it. So yeah.
So
here we go.
That, like,
last
Tony
round.
Tony Fleece could buy that with like 10 of his comps.
That's
crazy to think.
Here we go. Final round. We're doing this. Round 8.
Let's go. Oh, that's a cool picture, Drew. I like that. Tex, the man himself. All right. Come on, Mike. Iron Mike. Let's go. We're going to wait until we get some news, because if this is indeed the last round, then they should.
Yeah,
that means it'll come to decision.
It will, and Paul will win if it comes to decision.
Gosh, dang it, man.
Paul's just, he's been throwing more punches than Mike has.
But then again, like, what does this do for Paul? Oh, you beat up an old man. Good for you.
Well, he barely beat an old man, if that.
Yeah.
Well, this is like the thing of in professional wrestling. Like when I was reading Mick Foley's book, is he said that he got some really good advice from a wrestler. I can't remember who it was, but he said that he went out and he like cut a promo on this older wrestler that was like, when he walks by a graveyard, the Undertakers chase him. That he's so old, blah blah blah, and he went out and did all these like things about how old he was. And he came back to the back and he goes, and he was pissed. And I was like, I was trying to get heat. And he goes, yeah, but let me tell you what you did. He goes, you buried me. He goes, and you buried yourself. Because now, if you beat me, what did you do? Oh, you beat an old man. But if I beat you, you lost to an old man. He goes, you killed any of the, anything that, any interest going into the match. And Mick was like, oh, geez, he's like, and I learned a really valuable lesson that day.
Well, it's just like the beginning of the Dark Knight Returns, where you see the mutants go after Bruce, and they're like, "Oh shit, this fucking old guy can still probably kick our ass." It's like, dang, he's kind of liking this. It's like, yeah, you want to still go after old Bruce Wayne? He can still fuck you up. So,
yeah. All right, is it over?
Here we go. It's over.
It's over.
Oh man. Ugh.
What?
All right.
What? What the hell was
it? By the way, the Texas governor's there.
Yeah, I saw he's ringside. Yeah.
Oh well.
And so was Shang-Chi. He was there too.
Yeah.
Simu Liu?
Yeah, the great Simu Liu.
The fuck is he doing there? What is he?
Marvel Cinematic Universe. You bite your tongue.
He also said that the boba tea that he was selling, or that someone was selling, was extremely racist.
And put them out of business, completely out of business.
Yeah.
Did he really?
Yeah.
He was on
because they're like white or something.
he basically was like telling him that there was cultural appropriation, that they were selling boba tea, and like it's like, okay, then don't eat hamburgers or cheeseburgers, Simulu. Like it's cultural appropriation that you eat.
Yeah.
cheeseburgers.
So what happened was the investor who did invest in them pulled out their money, and people were calling in and threatening that couple or whatever, and saying like for being quote unquote racist or whatever. So they had to really shut down. Yeah, because of him.
Are they suing the dick off of Simu Liu?
Yeah, Jesus.
I would.
I thought one of those investors though said was like, she was like, well, that's not a big deal because of this and that. Like I thought she tried to back them up.
She might have, but whoever it was pulled out their money.
Hey, is this corporate now? Was this company in the United States?
I think so. Well, actually, yeah, he is a Canadian. Weird.
Because here's what I'm going to tell you about the United States. If you're in the United States, there's no such thing as cultural appropriation. This is a melting pot. Everybody comes here, and your culture becomes part of the whole, and it gets commodified by Disney and Hallmark, and then they sell your culture back to you. But that's what happens. Is it melts, and everybody gets to enjoy your culture, just like you get to enjoy American culture, and you get to enjoy freedom and the things that we, are trying to preserve in this country, like freedom of speech, the Second Amendment, freedom of, religion, all the things that they're enshrined here. So like, I always love that, especially when people come over and they're like, oh, that's cultural appropriation. Well, you know what? Let's look at your culture. You know what's cultural appropriation? Clean water. You can't have it anymore if you want to play.
Yeah. Oops. Sorry. No clean water for you. Have they come to a decision yet?
They showed, one of the guys showed his points. It looked like 78-74 for Paul. They gave the first 2 rounds to Mike. After that, just I guess because Paul was just throwing more punches and just connecting more. Mike didn't really throw that many, but he was just conserving his energy.
Yep.
Oh, this is so sad, man. This is so pathetic.
Mm-hmm. Hey, I didn't see Tyson get knocked the fuck out though.
No, he didn't. No,
so.
he didn't look tired. He just kept going. He went the distance with him.
And he went the distance. He won the Rocky victory. Apollo took that first movie, but really it was Rocky who triumphed.
Exactly.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, because now Jake Paul can go the rest of his life saying, I got in the ring with Iron Mike Tyson and I like survived. Like not only did I survive, but I won. Like I beat one of the best boxers ever to live.
By decision when he was 2 years old. 58, 67.
And if Mike hadn't had that ulcer, it probably would have changed. Who knows? Mike probably could have won this.
Oh, potentially.
Look, I'm 1-0 over Ronda Rousey. All right. Granted, she was like 10. But I still won.
Oh, I just got the result. My dad just texted me.
Yep.
Should I spoil it?
I mean, we can tell by your tone. You're fine.
Yeah.
I sound like Danny Warren Johnson.
You do. It would be like, okay, Danny Warren Johnson. Just
I guess
depressed.
I guess my life is over now.
I guess I'll just do the rest of the stream. I guess basic human decency didn't. Yeah, I guess basic human decency didn't win tonight in that boxing ring.
What does everybody else want to talk about?
Life is pretty terrible with me selling drawings for $15,000.
Became a huge sensation overnight, transformed fucking Skybound and Transformers and turned it around to be something that everybody wants to read and is super excited. As many 10th printings that issue 1 has gone through because of my art and writing alone. And I can dine out on that forever. But yeah, my life sucks right now.
Yeah, making Transformers the #1 book in America. Yeah.
I'm literally the only thing keeping the comic book industry alive right now. But I mean, like,
Well, let me ask you
yes.
This. Since Daniel Warren Johnson is so big on human decency, how much of his $15,000 sales does he give to people? Does he just give away?
It's a good question.
Especially to people of color.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he lives in Chicago, so
yeah. And those Felix Comics art guys are Asian, so he better be floating in some extra green about. He better start apologizing real quick.
I mean, he better stop Asian hate. So
yes,
that's all
absolutely.
But no, Salty, you're right. I'm gonna move to Blue Sky and protest. I'm gonna be queefing about this all night. Well, with the last remaining,
can we get everybody on this train? Can we get Gary and can we get Drinker and can we get everybody referring to Blue Sky?
But then they'll be like, Max, Aaron, Josh, Drew, how did you guys come up with this really funny, term for queefing in Blue Sky? We'll be like, oh, it's our friend Keel, and they'll be like, the fuck is that guy?
All right, everybody, we're not saying that anymore. Come up with a better term.
Yeah, they're like, never mind, we're not gonna say that. Well, yeah, with our time remaining here, let's go through some of these books. First and foremost, Absolute Batman. Josh, you already kind of reiterated your points earlier, so I won't make you go over this again. But why was this crap this week?
Part of the problem is this story is only 5 issues long, and for everything he's trying to chalk into this, it should probably be 10 to 12. Like, honestly.
Yes,
because it feels like we skipped so much of the story going from the end of the first issue to this, where, like, I don't know. There's that. I hate, and he's always done this. Scott Snyder's always done this. He makes Gotham feel small because everyone knows everyone, but here they're literally all sitting around a table playing poker, and then he thinks he's cute because he's like adding in their personalities and jokes. Kind of like what I made fun of earlier, where they're like, "Oh, you're such a freaking Two-Face," and
didn't you like when they threw something at the Penguin's face, and when it hit him, he went squawk,
squawk,
like a bird. That was so funny. I get it because he's the Penguin.
And then we've got Martha, smoking in a hospital because
fuck, because Martha's like all badass now, and she's like, oh,
Martha,
why did you say the name? Yeah, no, this was.
I think you guys just don't appreciate how edgy this is, and how bold, and how cool Scott Snyder is, and how like teenagers respect him.
My favorite moment was when not Batman was like, go gadget cape, and suddenly it like stilts up for him. Yeah, that one.
Oh, he's done that. He did that in the first book too, because he stilts and then his legs. He does the splits and he knocks people out.
Just looks ridiculous.
Yes, the whole thing is.
Wait, so and then tell me again. So he lands in the elevator shaft, and then Alfred is down there, and Alfred's like, "We need to get to your car to escape," and he goes, "We're in my car," and then they
he says it just
move in an elevator shaft that's also a car. What was that?
I was baffled by that.
Now let's bear in mind he did this without any fucking money. How in God's name is any of this possible? It just because
he's a day laborer. He makes all of his money that way.
Yeah. You guys remember in Amazing Spider-Man 2 where his dad, who is like a chemist, has an underground railroad subway car that rises up out of the floor. Yep. And you're just like, okay, I have so many, like, look, I will suspend a lot of disbelief, especially for comic book stuff. But the logistical problems of this are so huge and insurmountable.
So I'm going to... Oh, sorry.
I'm broke, but I have a car that's the size of a 10-story building.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm pulling it up now because I genuinely am like, I don't get it. So maybe y'all can help me with this.
Everything about this character, everything that he's done, his life, none of it makes any logical fucking sense. You cannot go into this incorporating logic. It is all implausibly over the top stupid. You can't think about it. You just have to go along with it because the minute you think about it, the minute it all collapses like a bunch of broccoli.
Like I said, it's big dumb Batman. It's a big Batman parody, and if you just read it like a big goofball parody, then it works. But if you read it like you're supposed to take it seriously and think that it's cool, then it doesn't work. It has to be goofball parody. The way that people are reacting to this, it is the Blue Steel of comic books. It's I'm Mugatu over here going, it's this. Like, what is wrong with you people? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills because everybody's like, oh, it's so badass. No, it's goofball. It's ridiculous.
So he goes down this elevator shaft, He lands. He finds Alfred that's already down there, who's like, I've been watching you. You're a good detective, but I've learned some things. They're these things are not what they seem. We can help each other. So give me a chance to explain. But he's like, I got a car hidden in the back, unless you have one. And so Batman steps on what here? And then he
That's a
has
pedal. So in cars, you
Accelerator.
have pedals, and it helps you
You have an
accelerate.
accelerator and a brake
Oh, okay. In the elevator shaft, though.
in
Yeah.
the elevator.
Well, no, he dropped
So
down,
he's
right?
still.
So hold on, go up because he's go up. There we go. So
Yeah, see, he's
he
landing on
lands-
top of the car. Then he's getting into
Yeah.
the hatch. Alfred clearly thinks that they're just in a room, but like, how did Alfred get in there and think it's just a room? How does he?
Room.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
That's
And where the
exactly
fuck?
it,
How did
Aaron.
you get
You
in
can't-
there?
You can't think about this. The minute you think about it, it all falls apart.
And this is his car. That's his truck. That's a person. that is like bigger than that's twice the size of a monster
that
truck.
car-
How is
What-
that
What
there.
possible?
machinery did he use to build this? It would require cranes and
He just killed that cop in front of the car. He's dead. Look
Yeah.
at him. He's getting ready to run his ass over.
Dude,
It better
like
be.
this
no,
is
it's like
so
the Batmobile in
dumb.
Arkham Knight. There's a force field around it that bounces the criminals off of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I built that too with no money.
But what's crazy is that like the Scott Snyder fanboys will just eat this shit up. They'll go, "Oh my god, look at how badass this monster truck is! Oh yeah, it's so metal." And it's like, God, this is so dumb. Ugh.
Implausible.
It's
Not
funny.
even that. It just looks.
This book is a
stupid.
comedy.
Yes.
Yeah. It is just Batman taken to like the nth degree, and it's like, how ridiculous can we make him?
yeah,
I need to get issues of Doomface out so fast to keep up with making fun of everything that's going on.
You're not wrong. So are we skipping this, or is this a recommend for us this week?
skip.
That's a,
Uh,
Read
skip
Nemesis
unless-
instead. If you want
skip
Batman done
unless you
right,
wanna-
evil, read Nemesis.
there you go.
Skip this unless you want to laugh. Like if you want a good laugh and you want to just be like, this is so ridiculous. Like then
Yep.
you know you might enjoy it.
But for $4.99 though, that's a $5 laugh. I don't know.
The art's nice.
The art is good. Nick Dragotta does a good job. So
The
Yes.
vehicle's dumb as hell.
For the
The
most
vehicle's
part.
dumb as hell, but it looks cool.
Yeah, look,
He-
yeah.
Look, he's not consistent with his faces, and half these panels, Bruce looks
agree.
like he's got Down syndrome. But also,
no.
He does.
he
He's
might.
big. He's big Downs
I was
Batman.
gonna say,
Yeah,
he might.
he looks like Ogre from Revenge of the Nerds. Yeah.
Yeah.
again, 18 panels on one page of people talking, and if you think that's bad, he does it again on the next fucking page.
But at least the
Oh.
conversation is important, right, Josh?
And
You
fun.
mean the conversations that say, hold on, where are we?
Damn it, Josh, you're gonna get us a phone call. You know that, right?
Oh, I know. It's fine. Speaking of cards, boom. Bruce, I raised 20. Look at you. I see you, and I raised 200. Ho, big man. So, Bruce, what do you got? Like, no one
Wow.
fucking cares.
That's real
Dude.
character development, Josh.
His-
That's
his
like
dialogue's-
yeah.
Har har,
dialogue's
you
not good.
fucking Two-Face. Except they don't say fucking because it's just,
They should though,
Blurred-
because it's
blurred out.
absolute fucking badass.
Yeah.
Fucking douchebag.
Yeah, and then you got Riddler. Oh, sorry, it's not Riddler, but it's Riddler, but it's not Riddler, it's just Edward, who's over here like, I would actually say that 1,728 is a foot. See what I did there? Because the exact pot happens to be the volume of a cubic foot.
I'm gonna shoot you in the fucking face.
I'm really
It's
more
like
of a Riddler.
Yeah, it's like, in what world would these jackasses be friends? Oh
12
yeah,
times, 12
Nowhere.
times.
None.
Fucking heathens. Like, come on.
God.
Fuck off.
Josh, actually, speaking of art that had faces that looked like Down syndrome, let's talk about how Psylocke's art was so.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
she was so hot in this book. Oh my
Oh
god.
man,
She's so
She
hot
just
right
looked
now.
so
Yes.
great. Yeah.
This
I
book
had-
could be about anybody, like any kid.
Yeah.
This is just generic super lady.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
This could have been a comic about Scarlet, for all we know.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah.
This could have been a Rippaverse book, and it probably is.
Hey, actually, yeah, no, but
No, it's still better than a Rippaverse book.
It actually is.
Oh no. That's
I
saying
can't,
a
I
lot.
can't go with you on that. This was a miserable slog for me.
It was.
It just I had trouble like because her caption boxes didn't really seem like she was talking to anyone or had any sort of purpose to the caption boxes. You know what I mean? Because like you've got like Rorschach's journal, Punisher War Journal,
yeah.
right? Or like you've got Wolverine saying he's the best there is at what he does, and what I do isn't very nice, right? He's having this inner monologue with him. But like with Psylocke, she's just like it felt like she was just talking into a blue sky void. Like it didn't seem. Yeah.
It's not even Betsy. It's the other personality. It's like
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So this read this was just kind of a read like a slog, and
There's one page that's good in this.
Ooh, what's that?
It's early. Scroll through.
the credits page.
I have to pull
Was
it
it the
up.
back?
It was the ninja page.
The what?
The ninja page.
Oh my God, is she a ninja?
Yeah.
That
The
one.
dialogue's not good.
God.
The dialogue's not good, but it's like, oh look, there's actually action here. Wow. And we also have to talk about how fucking. Okay, there's one point where they're like, "Where's the AIM people?" When there's like an AIM dude at the door that lets them in, and they're like, "Yeah, I haven't seen anyone yet." So that's stupid moment number one. But stupid moment number two is the AIM people that are doing the auction, and they've got 5 kids that they're trying to auction off, and then they start with kid number 1, mutant kid number 1 that they're auctioning off, that gets up to like $680 something $1,000 for one kid, and then Psylocke is like, "I'll take them all," and they're like, "Fine, 2.5 million." I'm like,
you're like, wait a second.
Like, what?
you just what kind of fucking criminal are you? You just undersold yourself. Like, are you? Never mind. You're retarded. Carry on.
Yeah.
I like this page.
Yeah,
I mean,
no, this page
that's-
looks
From a
awesome.
layout perspective.
Sure.
Mhm.
That's what
Yeah.
was weird is that the art was so inconsistent though, because you'd go from something like this, it's like, wow, this actually looks like a legitimate artist. But then this is good.
Yeah,
Right?
this is the page.
Well,
that
I
was
can tell you
referring to.
what this is. This is Crunch. This is the artist had a limited amount of time, so put their best effort into the pages that they thought they could make look the best. And then anytime they had to get to like some just bullshit Alyssa Wong dialogue, they were just like, all right, this is where I have to save time.
This is Psylocke. That's her face. Like,
Yeah.
what's going on with her eyes here? Why does she have?
But
no
it's
eyes?
not Psylocke. None of the
Oh.
X-Men have been the X-Men in
Go.
since
Excellent.
Krakoa started. And this is actually worse. The X-Men books now are, I would say, worse than Krakoa.
Yes. Oh, yeah. I may agree with that. They're I mean, 3K activity. Oh, you mean the KKK activity? Good ones.
Whoa,
like,
we don't mean
like,
that.
yeah.
Jeez.
It's
Mm.
3 strikes and you're out. It's the backward K for a strike.
His outfit makes it look like he's bare chested and in like an S&M like kind of thing with straps
Oh,
across
yeah.
it.
That,
I
Yeah.
hate
Doing
this
this like
outfit
cute
so
little
much.
snappy snap, like, hey.
Yeah.
it's like, guys, we need to handle this quickly. Yeah. But look at her face here. Ugh.
What?
But
You
then
need a
she like
vacation.
totally from each one of these panels, her face is different here, 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 and here.
Dude, that forehead
look
and
at,
that.
look at how that first one where she's yelling, she's so ugly.
This
Yeah, and it
one's
just gets-
bad.
Oh,
Yeah.
what about this? This is just generic super lady. Like there's
Yeah.
nothing Psylocke
Oh, you
about
took
her.
it away. Dang. I was gonna say,
Oh,
look
what-
at the forehead and then look at the chin. It's rough.
Of which one? They're all pretty rough. Which one? Hold on.
So go down. So right there where she's pouting and looking. Oh no, go
Yeah.
back. Yep. Where she's pouting and
Oh,
looking
this
over her
one,
shoulder.
yeah.
Her forehead's massive, and then go down. And then
This one?
that's a pretty manly chin she's got going on there. She looks like a
Yeah. Oh, that looks like someone we know.
yeah.
Oh, no.
That Kyle lovingly referred to as shovel face.
Oh my god.
Oh, God.
Kyle's like,
Okay,
who?
carry on.
I don't even
Yeah,
know who
well,
you're
I
talking
honestly
about.
have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Who?
Kyle's like, I call people shovel face all the time. Doesn't
If they
even
look
Yeah,
like a
if I-
shovel.
Yeah. Yeah. If I sent you pictures, you'd remember.
Okay.
you'd go, oh yeah, yeah, that's
Oh
right.
yeah, shovel face. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Mulva. Yeah. Okay. Do we want? You know what? Let's. We've had two miserable ones. Let's go to the pick of the week. Like easily pick of the week. Not even close. From the infamous Skybound GI
ASM.
Joe. Oh,
Yeah, it's
oh,
all
Kyle,
right.
did you have a different one? Did you want to talk
Well,
about ASM?
Apparently not. Never mind.
All right. Well, I mean, we'll go to your pick of the week right after this.
Thank you.
Man, did they bring the heat with this? I loved this issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys felt the same way. And I know Aaron, I've not been ingratiated with Joe lore or like stories, but just from what I have read with Duke, with Cobra Commander, with Destro, and now with this, I'm like, they're crushing it with these characters. I love the development, and the story is fairly simple, but it really hits home. I really like the conversation between Duke and the general, and what leadership looks like, and how to lead a team of different characters. This just read right. Joshua Williamson is doing great work on this. What do you guys think?
I agree. This is something that he seems to be like, he's really passionate about. He loves G.I. Joe. And, I'm not usually one for alternate takes. With G.I. Joe, there have been a couple of exceptions. Chuck Dixon did some G.I. Joe stuff that I liked. I think, I can't remember who it was. Maybe it was Mike DaCosta did like a Cobra, like a series with like, where he did Cobra Commander's speech to like the disaffected people of Springfield. And I was like, damn, this, and it was basically just a whole speech of Cobra Commander saying like, this is how the American dream has failed you. And as I was reading it, I was like, that was so convincingly written that I'm like, would I have joined Cobra if I was listening to this?
Oh yeah, yeah.
So there have been some alternate takes on G.I. Joe that I've actually liked, whereas normally I don't like alternate takes on things. This is one that I absolutely like, because it being pulled into this whole like Energon universe, I think that they've made the right calls on things to tweak and things to change. I love Baroness being part of the G.I. Joe team. Obviously that ain't gonna last, but I love everything that they're doing. They're kind of doing like a lot of unexpected things, and I think it's great.
Yeah, I loved how they showed Cobra Commander here. That he looks great. My one question was the guy who's interrupting the party in Abu Dhabi. I'm like, I have no clue who that character is. He someone new? Is he another Joe?
This guy?
Yes.
Yep, this guy.
Yeah.
I didn't know who it was either.
Me either.
Seems intimidating as hell though.
Mm-hmm.
Like he was cracking dudes' skulls in this dance club, and there was no one who was able to stop him. So I don't know, man. It
Snake Eyes, maybe?
I was gonna say, is that gonna be Snake Eyes? Why are we showing him with this mask? Oh,
I was about to say,
it's a different
why
universe.
would?
Maybe we're gonna get it.
That's
Maybe he's
true.
not disfigured yet. Maybe we're not.
Doesn't he not talk though?
Yeah, but that's because of his injuries.
Yeah.
So if he's not injured yet,
okay,
then this
All
could
right.
be him talking.
That's a good point. Good point.
Because in
This
the
is a
yeah,
great
this whole
moment here.
when we meet him in the Larry Hama books, he already can't. Or well, he can talk, but it's very painful, and it's like he can barely get anything out. I think the only word that he says in the entire Larry Hama series is when Scarlett's in a coma. He says her name as he's like,
wow,
like holding her hand next to her bed, and it was a really powerful moment because of it. But yeah, so like you read the early issues, right? How far into the early issues did you get, Max?
Unfortunately, I only got to like maybe issue 5.
Oh, okay. You got to get to like 26, 27, where they explain
get
okay.
Get the compendium, Max. It's very lightweight. It looks heavy. It's not. It's not. It is very light. It's a fun read. They're all in there.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you what Snake Eyes or what happens to him if you want me to tell you.
Maybe offline because I don't want to.
Max, these stories are from the 80s.
Yeah, no,
that's on them.
That's true.
So when they're in issue 26 and 27 is where they tell the origin of Snake Eyes and his relationship with Storm Shadow. And so each Joe is kind of telling the story of how they met him. So with Stalker, it's like he was part of the Long Range Recon Patrol with Snake Eyes and Storm Shadow and Nam. And then Hawk met him when he had to go, when Snake Eyes came home from Vietnam. and nobody came to meet him at the airport. And Hawk had to go and tell him that his family had been killed by a drunk driver on the way to pick him up. So that's how he met Snake Eyes. So Snake Eyes and Scarlet are later on a mission in the desert, and they're in helicopters. And what the helicopter starts to stall out. The dust, all the dust and the dirt that's being kicked up stalls out the engines, and they're all bailing out. And one of the doors slams on Scarlet's web gear, and she's caught. She can't get out. She's telling Snake Eyes to go, and he turns and he's like cutting her loose. And when that happens, the helicopter hits the other helicopter. The fuel lights up, and it punches through the window of the helicopter, like right across Snake Eyes' face, just like
oh
boom.
wow.
And then it crashes, and Stalker's talking about how Snake Eyes comes out of the flames holding Scarlet, protecting her, keeping her safe, and his head's on fire. And they said,
oh my God,
his face is just ruined. And it's like, and no, like he's moving his mouth, but no sound's coming out.
wow. Oh, I cannot wait to read these. Yeah, it sounds amazing. And I mean, I've been rereading a lot of the Larry Hama Wolverine stuff, and really having an appreciation for like, man, this is so much fun. And there's some really sincere moments where he can do both fun action, but also really like heartfelt, meaningful stuff. But, which like this, Joshua Williamson, I think nailed this dialogue between.
Great moment.
Yeah, this was great.
Yeah, so that's Hawk. That's Hawk in this book.
Oh, okay. All right. But
in
this
the original
was
G.I. Joe, because if you read up through 5, you know that Hawk is the leader of the G.I. Joe team. And even when Duke comes in, he's top sergeant.
Oh.
But Hawk is the leader, and Hawk eventually becomes a general. But it's
Okay.
Hawk that we kind of like go with. And Hawk is normally blonde in the comic, and then Duke was also blonde. But later, like on the figure, they gave Hawk brown hair, some of the later figures. And so they kind of do that here. And even on the new figure that they've done of Hawk for Classified, he's got like the brown hair with the gray streaks.
nice. Okay.
I, of course,
like
repainted
it.
mine so that it's blonde Hawk.
Oh, there you go. All right. I like it. But what really got me was this character of Rock and Roll, because I loved him in Duke. And there's a splash page at the end of this book that I can't show because it is like major spoilers. But what a way to end the book. I mean, my God.
I'm going to look at it right now because now I want to see it.
Oh, there you go.
It's a 9.6 now.
Oh, bummer. Fingerprints on it.
9.4.
Can't get those out. Yeah.
9.2.
So, yeah, I'm going to give this my pick of the week. What about you guys?
I
this is my
agree.
pick of the week. Absolutely.
Yeah, was my pick of the week.
Like I've only read like 4 books because I didn't get my books till last night. But yeah,
Hey,
the
I
best
mean,
out of what I read.
That's fair because I think I only read maybe 6 books this week. It was a short week. But.
It was close between Transformers and G.I. Joe. Those 2 were the best of the week.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
I haven't been reading Transformers, so
it's good. This latest issue is really good.
Oh wow!
I thought it was okay.
Listen, I don't know. There are 3 distillery books that came out this week. One of those might take the top spot.
Oh no! Was it
Ranking 'em
anything
out,
like? Yeah. Well, we all know that Batman Dark Age was actually the book of the week for Kyle. I mean, this was the pick.
Distillery books are not meant to be read, Josh. They're meant to be collected.
Oh, okay.
Oh, in a magazine. In a magazine box because they can't fit in normal short boxes.
Comic book war bonds is what they are.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. The only one that I was really gonna talk about or mention was maybe like ASM, because the art was like, oh wow, the art was actually really good in this, but I could not even read it.
It starts off okay. The first half or so is okay, but then it gets into kooky town. The minute we get into the magic and everything, it becomes a whole other comic. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on now? And I am bored out of my mind, and I do not care.
Yeah.
Drew, would you say that we're on a web line to wackiness?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, it was almost unreadable. So I just looked at the pretty art. And I was like, oh, this is cool.
Yeah,
especially this. Like this looks great.
Yeah, Ryan Otley, not Ryan Otley. Sorry, Ed McGuinness. Ed McGuinness.
Yeah. Oh, no wonder. Okay, yeah. No, McGuinness just crushes it with Spidey stuff.
I like to call
And
it
whoever
Eddie
did the
Mack.
colors on this too look great. Doom looks awesome with
Yes,
the
he does.
Doctor Strange cloak. Yeah. But
That's right,
so
don't
yeah, I was
worry,
just
you're
like,
gonna get one world under Doom.
ooh.
You see what what they should have done. This is just me nitpicking that costume. I really wish they had adapted how his garb looked in the What If Doom had become Sorcerer Supreme in that What If from the 90s. He looked fucking awesome. Would have made
Agreed.
perfect sense.
Is that the one that they're going to adapt with Robert Downey Jr.?
Probably not. No, they're not that smart.
Oh. And then I will just quickly say, why is Gail Simone writing Rogue like an actual retard?
Oh my, that's
I did not understand this fucking. I'm like, what? What the actual fuck is going on? I honestly was like, what is this? Is this a comic book? I'm like, what? Like,
yeah,
I was completely.
It's X-Men,
stunned.
Kyle.
If you speak in a southern accent, you're wrong.
Apparently, you're just stupid.
Yeah.
Apparently,
like, what?
You're going through dialect training because you think that you sound retarded, and so you feel insecure about the fact that you say sugar instead of sugar.
Or how long has Rogue been around?
Since the 70s.
How long has she been Southern? Well, why is she suddenly like, why is this
insecure about her
who has always been who like conquered her insecurity a long time ago?
Yeah.
Now suddenly insecure about her accent when she has never been before.
Ever. She goes, I can't read. It's not that. I read just fine, better than most. And the therapist goes, I can read just fine. Just like you're like, what are we doing here?
I got a good brain.
You got a fine brain.
Today, Junior.
Why are we doing this?
Yeah.
Is this an act? I was like, what the
and
fuck?
also, why is Rogue getting speech therapy? Why is that compelling to me as a reader?
Right.
Why am I buying a superhero book to read about a character who has never had an insecurity about who she is or where she comes from? She's been insecure about her powers and not being able to touch. And, she certainly had that sort of stuff going on.
Sure.
But like, what?
Yeah, there was Southern woman, a strong Southern Southern woman. It's like, yeah, no, let's make her insecure about how she talks now.
Yeah.
And
there was nothing that
when Wes talked about this, I put out like, what about Jubilee's dialogue?
About her
Rat Valley girl.
In this, there was a creepy ass line when she talks about Wolverine in this. I had to do a double take on it. I'm like, well, wait, did she seriously just say that about Wolverine?
She says that she loves him. There's nothing wrong with that.
No, we know what she meant by that.
Oh,
yes.
So let me find the line because I sent it. I responded to it with Wes, and then Matt Moylan and I started making fun of it.
I'm looking at how long Rogue's neck is here.
Oh yeah, it does look really long, huh? It doesn't help that her costume makes it more.
Also, I didn't read this because I bailed after I think issue 2 when the retards got introduced. What's up with the Sylar situation that was happening above, where it looked like he was taking her brain to get her power up above.
Up above.
So this is what Jubilee says. Tell me this sounds like Jubilee. She's talking about Wolverine. He saved my life a dozen times.
Right
Holy hell. Woe betide anyone who tries to hurt his hairy behind.
Woe betide.
Woe betide.
Yeah. Wow.
Oof.
And then I'll show them rainbows they won't like at all.
Well, that sounds
that's pretty that's pretty bad.
That sounds very sus to people that have a pale pink and pale blue flag that say they're coming for your kids. We're coming for your kids. My name's Sally.
So you're asking about Sarah taking the brain of Rogue or something?
Oh, I guess is this Sarah? I don't know who the fuck this is. I'm not reading the book, but it looks like
it's allegedly, and it's another ex of Charles Xavier that he had in the past.
Fucking
Yep.
Yeah,
She's
Anyways.
a woman who, yeah.
I was
But
just
yes,
saying
go
this.
on.
This reminds me of if anyone watched Heroes, especially the first season when it was actually good. Sylar was the guy that had the ability to completely like rip your skull open and take your powers.
Oh,
That's
wow.
what-
Yeah, you go zip and like take your
Yeah,
skull
your
off.
head would just.
What show is this?
Heroes. Season
Oh.
1 actually good. After that, total shit.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah, season 2 like happened like right in the middle of one of the many writers' strikes that happened.
Yep.
And was like just a mess, and then they just never recovered from that.
No.
So
And
long
isn't
story
this the
short,
cancer
though,
kid that she killed.
Yep.
correct.
They were happy.
So long
that
story
they
short,
died, yeah.
Cancer Kid is actually a mutant, dun dun dun, and gives her powers in the afterlife because the mutant ability that this kid has is not only healing but telepathy and foresight. So the Cancer Kid gives her powers to heal and then defeat Sarah from the afterlife. And she does it because the kid touched her like not by coincidence, but intentionally, so that he could save her in the future.
I wish it was Cancer Boy from Kids in the Hall.
Oh no.
I'm Cancer Boy. My marrow's low.
So yeah, that's X-Men.
What,
that was
what
something.
was that?
X-Men, what number?
Yeah.
We're on issue 5.
They're already like wrapping up an arc.
This was
If you wanna
this
call
arc,
it that.
I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, it was Cancer Girl's tragic life and
Death and new beginnings.
And I don't know about you guys, but I super cared.
Yeah, right.
I was really sad. Although apparently the X-Men didn't care when Cancer Boy died because they all were kind of laughing in the hotel room and they were like, "Yeah,
But
we could help you, but we're not."
But we got the new mutants. We got the new mutant. We got the Horse Girl and the other guy. And
Hey,
the
Horse
other
Girl
person.
is not actually a mutant. The horse is a mutant, but she inherits the powers from the horse mutant
Exactly.
because it's
Makes
horseman,
perfect sense.
not
It's
horseman.
horseman.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
By my
But no,
powers
that's
combined.
yeah.
Yes, exactly.
But that's actually a great point because if you look at issue number 6, this is an Uncanny X-Men. What the fuck is this shit?
What
my
the fuck?
God.
Aha!
Oh,
How is
yeah.
that not a terrible Peach Momoko cover?
Hey, you silence your tongue about Peach Momoko.
That's a double
listen,
negative, Kyle.
People get into fist fights. People get into fist fights for Peach Momoko's covers at New York.
Yes,
Yeah.
they do.
Right?
Rightfully so.
But I mean, like, what are we doing?
This looks like her Ultimate X-Men right here.
Yeah.
This like Uncanny X-Men just looks like what you said Ultimate or what was the other X-Men title? Astonishing?
Looks like NYX.
Yeah, pick.
It does look like Nick's, yeah.
I'll tell you what we're doing, Max. We're under Tom Brevoort, and he didn't want this job, and he doesn't care.
Yeah, there you go.
But comic sales are fine. You know,
But comics are
nothing
better
to
than
worry
ever.
about.
Comics are booming.
Oh, it does look like My Hero Academia. Yeah, that's
Where's
a
the-
manga, guys.
But where's the Donald Trump character?
Oh, yeah. I don't think we'll have that for any.
That's My Hero
anytime soon.
Magadamia.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I'd read that.
Well, you should. It's by Tim Lim and Mark Pellegrini. It exists.
It's like an actual thing. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
That's
great.
that's what got them kicked out of Comicsgate is because Ethan decreed that no, you couldn't do any comics that were political. Or that had any- even though it was a parody, he was like, "Well, we don't want to just do Trump comics." And that's what started my understanding that started the whole rift. Yeah, I'm sure that people will correct me, and tell me no, there was actually like 18 other reasons. I don't care.
Wrong. Did you watch the stream with John Malin and then the other stream with these other fucking losers that nobody knows and these other fucking morons and all they're doing is just arguing with each other and it's like, what? You guys
No,
and
you're like,
can go
oh,
outside and do something. Do you guys work for a living?
I
You're
didn't
like,
watch,
oh,
I didn't
you-
watch those streams.
You mean the streams that are like, well, I guess I can't talk because our streams are about 4 hours long, but the streams of John Malin that are like 6 hours long, and he sits on a couch and just talks to people. It's like, okay,
and yells
and
and
yells that too.
complains.
Yeah.
Why no one's backing his new the book 2 or 3 of a Godlike?
Wonderful book that everyone reads and loves so much because
The lore.
it's not the most
lore is
boring
rich.
piece of shit you're trying to fucking read.
Yeah.
Well, didn't the first one take like, and correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't the first one take like 3 years to come out?
Pretty much, almost
Yeah.
2 to 3 years. Yeah.
So the second one's not doing as well.
Nope.
I mean, that's probably because people are like, "Am I going to have to wait 3 years for this one?" That would be my guess.
And then you get it and you're like, I waited 3 years for this.
It's
You know what book you won't have to
it's
wait
hard to
3 years
maintain-
for?
What's that?
Kneel Before Doomsday.
Oh,
So looks
Yeah,
like.
yeah,
Yeah,
we're
look
doing
at
face, it'll be
that.
out to, like
Yeah.
we won't make you wait 3 years. We will get that out to you. 'Cause
Fascinating.
I'm anxious to get this out to people. I can't wait to do the next one and the next one. I have a story that I'm telling, and I can't wait to tell it.
Yeah. Real quick, Chris asks, did anyone read Arcbound? Sorry, excuse me.
Yeah.
The one by Snyder and Tom Hardy.
I tried.
Drew.
Yeah.
Oh,
I,
God.
I had read the preview one that came out last year, and I got to read it again here. It's pretty fucking boring. It is a word salad comic. It's like, what if Kamala Harris wrote this, and it's I mean, there's a good art here. I'll give credit for that.
Yeah.
But it is fucking boring.
Yes, it was.
It was fine. I mean,
They had 3 writers on this. 3.
Yeah. Too many
It's
cooks
like-
in the kitchen.
That's
Yes.
the problem. Yep.
I do think that there's an interesting concept. Kyle, remember when you liked 20th Century Men, Denny's Camp, before we knew his communist regime takes?
Yes.
You said something to the effect of like, I like the concept, and if they continue with this route, I'll like it.
It was
right?
ambitious. I had to hand it to him. It's like, okay, you have a lot of things here, a lot of plates spinning, and some interesting characters. If you can keep this up, there's a story here, and it can be interesting.
Yeah.
And it
That's-
turns out it was absolute dog shit.
Yeah. Yes. That's kind of not to that extent, but that's kind of how I feel about Arcbound. Like, I'm like, there are interesting things that I would like to develop from this. There was this whole concept and this underlying theme of humanity. What do we do to each other when the chips are down? Or are we as humans just as bad as everyone else? Or are we different? Like, how do we differ from other alien entities? And like, are we really that savage, or will we do anything to survive? And there's this kind of Frankenstein-esque thing going on with one of the main characters. So if they continue with that, it might be interesting. But I mean, it's Snyder and Tom Hardy. I have zero hope in these two. So like, what are we doing here?
Well, it's Snyder, Tom Hardy, and Frank Thierry.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's right. Well, Frank Thierry's good though, right? No.
By himself.
He
Can
Yeah,
be.
he's right. Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Kind of, sometimes.
Yeah.
Frank Thierry's a funny guy. He's not the best writer.
I like Pestilence. I
Mm.
thought that was a fun series.
Yeah, Pestilence Story of Satan. Yeah, that was a good
Yeah.
one.
I confuse
go.
Frank Thierry all the time with another guy. And
With
so I can
Frank-
never remember which guy's books are which. So it's one of those situations
yeah.
where like I'll be talking about something, Wes is like, he didn't write that. I'm like, oh.
Oh, oh well.
He should have.
Yeah.
Who's the
Antoine Dennison says, I bought Godlike, read it, and I have no idea what it's about.
Exactly.
Well, there you
I
go.
will say this, like I haven't read Godlike, so I don't have any like particular opinion on it, but I think the character designs look good. I think they're very toyetic. So I mean,
Yes,
I'll stop at that.
100%. Yep.
For sure.
His problem
And
is all
lastly-
the word salad in the first 3 pages that puts you to sleep.
Oh, yeah.
So is
The
it like
lore
is it like
dump?
front loaded with like all of the information?
Oh my
Oh, yes.
god. Dune level lore being built. It's like, we're going to talk about this and go back 2,000 years before that and 5,000 years before that. And why these people come to this planet to fight these people. These people hate these people. But we're going to talk about this war that just happened and that's going to be happening now. And that's why these people are mad. And it's like, and all the while, there is nothing going on these fucking panels or these pages. No. It's like, oh my God, dude.
He didn't have fun with it. He forgot to have fun.
Yep.
Well, this was my problem with Starblades, was that it was just a bunch of like kind of splash pages and posed pieces of art, but like there was no story there. And it's like you should have hired an editor to help you with this and tell a story.
I love the art and the concept designs for the characters in Starblades. Like I was like weeping when I got the book because I was like, this looks so cool. But then I was reading it and I was like, but there's nothing here. This is so frustrating.
No, all the characters, I mean, it looks like something that should have toys made. It looks like something that should have an animated series. And I applaud it for that. But like, come on, man, you got to have a story.
Yeah. Just something. It doesn't even have to really be that like crazy, just like super basic. But I will say this though, Kaiser wanted us to remember that 20th Century Men was Rockin' Robbie's favorite book from last year. So like, Kaiser, I will have to go and confirm this because I need to research and like actually make sure that his favorite book of all of 2023, if that's what you're saying, was 20th Century Men. Like, yikes.
Well, he's a big dumb dipshit, so it makes sense. But
for a while, I thought Rockin' Robbie was the same guy that cried over the Star Wars trailers. Like, I thought it was that same guy. Like the Rise of Skywalker trailer, he's like in a hotel room and he's like, I thought they were the same person for a while.
Wait, you mean the guy who I used for my intro? This guy. That's the same guy, right?
He's so excited. That's him, yeah.
Zach says, Josh, your boy JP got it done. That's your boy, right?
I don't know if I'd say it's my boy. Now, if you want to talk about Nick Bosa, that's my boy.
That's his boy. Boy, he is MAGA too. So,
Antoine Dennison says the poor guy talking about Kyle Ritter is a deaf mute. I had my fingers crossed for Starblades, but I'm an optimist. Yeah, no, I had my fingers crossed for Starblades too. And then when he got attacked by who was that blue-haired land whale that was like a big troublemaker for a while? What was it?
Renfremus.
Yes. Yeah. When she attacked him. I actually, because she was like making fun of his grammar or something like that, and people were like, "Yeah, man, he's a deaf mute," like he, and she's like, "Oh yeah, like he's gonna be able to do a book or whatever." And so I reached out to him and I said, I was so pissed at like her attacking him. I said, "I will edit the book for you for free," and I said that more than once, and like just never got a response. And then when I got it, I was like, "Oh, you should have let me do it."
Yeah, for sure, man. Oh, that's a bummer. For all these people that are so into being virtuous for the underprivileged and the minorities and those who are disadvantaged, they sure do really hate people who don't go against their or don't go with their narrative. So D- says Godlike was garbage. Damn, he said the head sketch I received was horrible.
Oh no.
My 8-year-old niece can draw better than that. Wow.
Oh.
I mean, this is kind of the thing though, right? Like this is why the second campaign didn't make as much. I think maybe this is why, because I was hearing that like Fearsome didn't really do that well, or at least not up to like what was kind of like the expectation.
Fearsome didn't do well.
If people have to wait a really long time in between your books, or to get the books, and especially if it's an ongoing series, like if you're going to do like, if Godlike is going to be a series, you got to have some consistency because people will forget what happened. And they're not necessarily going to go back and reread it every time, like by the time you're on like volume 3 or 4, but it's taken like 6 years to come out. Are they going to go back and reread those so they get caught up? They're not.
You know whose book is doing great though, and Kyle, you may hate me for saying this because it's manga, where it's manga-like, is Rini's book Fiendish. Like she's on issue 3, bro, in like the past like couple of years. Like she's crushing it with those books.
Well, she loves her book. She loves what she's working on, and so she's working hard. Who else? Like Common America. What did they just do? Volume 10?
Yeah, bro.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Hmm.
So they're crushing
And
it.
they made like over $100,000.
Yeah.
Consistency and quality and
Mhm.
passion, those are the things that are going to keep you selling and keep building.
Same with Brian Polito. I mean, the man knows how to sell those books. So he's been doing it for decades now.
Yeah, he's the OG.
The OG, baby. Fiend says that fight was the most offensive thing Netflix has put out since Cuties. Damn. God.
Wow.
That bad, eh?
Jeez.
I don't know that Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial documentary that they put out like a year or so ago is pretty flipping bad and biased.
What about the documentary or the movie called Dear White People? That was also.
Oh, I remember that one. Yeah, that was terrible too. That was pretty.
Hey, that guy directed the Haunted Mansion movie that flopped.
No, good.
That Menendez movie, Monsters,
I think
was
I think
pretty
he lost
bad
his
too.
house. Like, I think that's how bad it was. It's like,
wow.
He was like saying like he couldn't pay rent or something like that because Haunted Mansion had flopped and no one else would hire him for anything.
Oh, wow. Well, gentlemen, I thank you guys so much for being here tonight. I think we'll go ahead and wrap it up. The fight is over. We've reviewed some of these books that came out this week. We've talked about some insane, just absolute mental breakdowns and honestly just temper tantrums of people who are entitled, privileged, and what else? Not mentally stable. Yeah. Unfortunately. And I think we've covered everything we wanted to talk about tonight. So anything else before we head out for the evening?
Go back, kneel before Doomface and Silent Nights if you haven't already.
Amen. And I'll
increase
go
your pledge, unlock all the stickers, unlock all the goodies, get all the freebies.
Yes, sir.
Your mom's gonna kneel before my Doomface.
Oh,
I don't doubt it. My mother's a whore.
Oh my goodness. Oh my God. But I will put both of these in the chat here for everyone, so y'all can go back. Silent Nights and kneel before Doomface, and I'll also have them in the description as per usual. But what a blast! This was awesome to have the gang back together, and especially after such a monumentous kind of election result. And then, we've got the holidays coming up. So there's a lot of stuff going on, but it's great to see you guys. And thanks for hanging out tonight. This was a ton of fun. Anything else we can look forward to in the next few weeks? Josh, I think on Tuesday, are we going to end up doing our review on Tuesday?
Possibly.
Okay. We may.
So HH reached out and asked if we could promote his book. He's got it. So I'm talking with him to see if he can do Tuesday. If he can do Tuesday, I'm going to do that. That way we can get it in before his campaign ends.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm trying to get details on that. But
Josh, you gonna read a script anytime soon? Maybe.
If I can stop dealing with bullshit and psychos, I would love to.
Book about a villain that maybe comes back, compelling protagonist.
Yeah, I think.
Max, you also have a physical copy of Brotherhood of the Wolf that you gotta read for me.
I do. Yes, that I do.
And Josh, I can have a physical copy of Brotherhood of the Wolf mailed to you, mailed to Drew. Just let me know if that's easier than like reading it online. If you would rather have a physical book to read.
Because I had the digital, and I was reading through it, but I hadn't gotten a chance to like finish the book. So having the physical copy is easy because you can just kind of flip through and go back to where you left off. But no, I'm excited for all these great projects that are coming down the pipeline, and also excited to read this bad boy. I haven't gotten a chance to open this up, so 9.8. I'm sending it in. I'm not going to read it. I'm just going to grade it, and then that'll be that. But yeah, well,
you'll be like, I gave it a 9.8.
There you go. Well, thank you everyone again for being here. This was such a fun night. I love getting to hang out with everyone and have some comic shop conversations. But we will see you guys most likely Sunday for either some painting or building, and then potentially a Max's Man Cave to talk about I'm thinking we talk a little bit more about all the, like, just go down the list of all the celebrities who said that they're supposed to leave and see which ones are actually going to be leaving, because that'll
Let's
be
check
wild.
in, and then let's cross-reference it against Diddy parties and Epstein Island. You
know?
That'd be fun.
Yeah, that'd be wild. All right, everyone. Thank you guys so much. Have a great rest of your weekend, and we'll see you soon. Take care.